Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is proudly brought to you by More Beer at www.morebeer.com.
I poured it in my mouth and it just wasn't going down.
My first beer was an IPA, the best IPA I've ever drank. Mostly because I brewed it.
If you have a scale that is good for measuring cocaine, you're probably good for measuring hops on it.
You're scaring me.
I think the information is awesome and the audio sucks.
There's some sugary water, throw some yeast in there.
And you're going to drink good beer.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's fine.
God damn it, man. Oh, my God. Oh, uh-oh.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Oh, glory day, it's a Monday show.
I like your song.
Another Monday show.
It's already too long. It's too long of a song.
All Mondays in the month of June.
I know it's
been working great, don't you think?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I like Sundays now.
Yeah, when you do them all back to
well,
back.
I get the whole thing. It gives me another night out.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to play D&D for 3 whole weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. My party and my whole entire crew are almost mutinying against me.
Where's JP? He's not here. Who is going to storm the castle without JP?
First of all, it's a keep. I'm sorry, it's a tomb. We're running the Tomb of Horrors right now.
I see.
And it's at my house, so no one else can play either. So I have a bunch of over 40-year-olds going, I need to, what's up, bro?
This is impossible. I have to spend time with my family now, and this is becoming ridiculous. Clearly, I would rather be storming the keep.
It's a tomb of horrors.
Of horrors?
Horrors.
Oh.
Horrors. Horrors.
I need to get away from my stupid wife and kids and go and raid the Tomb of Horrors.
We're getting messed up right now. We might have a whole party wipe on our hands, but we'll see.
What's a party wipe?
Where everyone fucking dies.
Listen, guys, we are so close to a party wipe, and JP is out there kicking around in the real world.
Yeah, RW for life, dog.
We've never seen a party wipe the likes of this.
We haven't. Mine is the oldest character that we're playing because everyone else's has died, and I might actually die.
I can nearly taste it. It's just in our grasp.
The victory, or is it defeat? I don't know. But I'll bring the Doritos either way.
JP, we beg you, please stop working your life away. We're going to have a party wipe. It's like a cross. Now it's like a cross between Bill Cosby and a nerd. Oh, it's a party wipe with the pudding and the dice. Oh shit! All of your contestants are actually relatives of Bill Cosby. Contestants. That's what you call your friends, right?
They pretty much are. Yeah.
Let's go, contestants.
That'd be a good name for a German porno.
Contestants?
Party wipe.
I think it is. I think it's a genre in Adam and Eve.
It should be.
Is that a segue?
Turn your mic on.
I think I turned you off, too, because you weren't here, Doc. You were not here. You were here on time. What were you out doing, storming the castle?
No. I was in the car talking to a patient on the phone. Time to talk him down.
This tooth is killing me, Doc.
One Vicodin, not 10.
No, it's like, I told you to take 10 and don't call me in the morning.
I told you to sedate until I can get there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Great show planned for you today. We're talking to Victory Brewing Company. Bill Kovaleski. Get this, he's the co-founder, the brewmaster, and the president of Victory Brewing Company.
I'd like to see it.
We're going to have Victory Beer at BNA 8, our anniversary party there in Philadelphia, and I'm excited about it. We've also got some Victory Beer right here in the studio.
Oh, excellent.
People love their Prima Pils, so I'm excited to ask Bill about Pilsner and lager brewing.
And we have that beer?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
We also have their Belgian Triple.
Ooh.
We'll save that till later in the show.
We should get there.
Let's drink it now.
Well, we should probably drink it now so we can all enjoy it during the show, and our listeners can, too.
I see.
Yeah, they sent some beer. FedEx messed it up, and it didn't come, so I had to scramble and find some at the last second, and I called 5 local Bevmos.
Yeah.
And one of the guys was like, you're like the 4th person today to call and ask if I have Victory Beer. So I think we got some listeners that were trying to seek it out.
People out there trying to get it.
Yeah.
All right, so we are talking to Bill Kovaleski just a little bit later in the show, and as I mentioned, they'll be pouring beer at BNA 8. That's our 8th anniversary party. It's happening in Philadelphia on June 26th, and there are tickets still available, but they're going fast.
They're moving.
Is that still going on?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Tickets still going on. You mean the party or the ticket
I was
sales?
doing the party. Oh, yeah?
Thanks for keeping up, Buck.
And it is a party, man. It's going to be a great time.
Would you like to know what beers
really.
Victory is pouring?
Oh.
At the party, yes.
At the party.
I would like
Their
that.
Liberty Bell Ringer, which is a double IPA at 9%.
Nice.
And then the Braumeister Pils.
Love it.
Yes. So I'm stoked about these two things.
2 beers from Victory. Where is the website that people can go to view the beer list?
I'm glad you asked, Justin. phillytapfinder.com/event/brewing-networks-BNA8.
Or it's listed on our Facebook page, right?
Or it's listed on our Facebook page. Go to Facebook or Twitter.
Yeah.
Or Google Plus.
And click the link.
And then you can read the link. Because if you just look at the URL, you don't know what's on it.
That's true.
You have to click it.
I've tried that.
Yeah.
That's true. You got to click the link. So the list is being updated all the time. There is actually an awesome selection of beers on there now, but it's not even close to the number of beers that we're going to have. Yeah. And basically, we've got a lot of verbal commitments from breweries, but then Philly Beer Week happened, and they just got busy. All of the distributors got busy. All the breweries got busy. So they're now just coming back around. We're not posting it until we get the final actual commitments instead of just the verbal. But that'll be happening all throughout the week. And I'm telling you that the beer selection we're looking at is probably going to be better than Pro Night the following night.
Oh, it's got to be. Well, that's what we do.
I think
man.
it will be.
We throw a party
because they're bringing special beers, right?
We're only requesting special beers. Right. We don't want it on tap at other places. A couple of them will be on tap at other places, and that's okay because we also want to have local breweries be able to participate, and a lot of them are, and in the region. But what happened was originally we thought we were tapped, so to speak, at 30.
Yeah.
But the person at the venue said, no. We're going to bump. We finally get it. It took them a while, and they're like, now we get it.
Yeah.
We're going for 60. So we're looking at 60 different beers from probably something like 40 to 50 different breweries. It's really, the beer list is looking very impressive.
PhillyTapFinder.com. It's a rad site. Not only does it list the beers that we have right now, but it'll actually tell you how many other bars are serving that particular beer.
Correct.
And most of them are 1 or 2.
Which means, and I think the 1 is us.
Yeah, it's just
all the ones that say 1 means
that means just at that.
Our venue is the 1.
That's rad.
And they give a description of each beer that's being poured and everything. So we're actually giving more beer information for this party than we've ever been able to do before, and that's probably because we're not in charge of it.
Well, that's absolutely right. The list is thousands long, as they say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, go to our Facebook page or Twitter or Google Plus and find all the information, man. It's a real cool site.
It's very exciting. And, of course, sponsored by Northern Brewer and Midwest Supplies. They're really pulling out all the stops, rolling out the red carpet, every other cliche you can think of to provide a great party for you. I got a glimpse of what the goodie bag looks like for the 100 VIP guests, and it's pretty badass. And I also got a glimpse at some of the giveaways we're doing for the whole party, and they're also pretty badass. Plus, like I mentioned, the beer list, plus the entertainment lined up. I mean,
We have some badass sponsors, dude. People are really throwing it down this year.
White Labs has come on as a sponsor. Grog Tag is a sponsor of the event, which I'm very excited about because they're not only a new BN sponsor, but their label product is just so damn badass that I'm excited to see them there.
It's rad. They're doing name tags.
Yeah.
So they've customized one of their labels to make it name tags, and you can write on them. And
nice.
It's cool. Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Nice. So it's a good party. Go get your tickets right now. The Brewing Network, Philly.eventbrite.com. Do it now. Don't complain to me later. A ticket's going to be on sale the day of. Why does it matter? You can buy them right now.
Yeah.
But what about the day of?
I need to save up for my mega 20-sided dice because I only have 10 pairs, and I need 12,000.
I haven't decided if I'm going to buy the dice or the ticket yet.
Why are you now Mr. Burns?
I don't know.
Smithers.
I have no idea.
Buckle my bunions.
All right. There's also a Brewing Network Club booth at Club Night, and that's being organized by one of our listeners. You can go into the forum. You can also send emails to scott@thebrewingnetwork.com, and he will put you in touch with Pat, who's running the thing. And it's going to be a good event, Club Night, for us, too. The club will be located right next to the Brewing Network booth this time, right in the center of the room.
Love it.
Oh, cool.
So
I love this.
I'm excited about that. And we're going to get some East Coast beer in there. It'll be cool. A couple other announcements. Dr. Homebrew, JP's new show, which, by the way, is getting rave reviews.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody I talked to, I have not heard.
Excellent.
And you know what? Let me put this down as a first, JP. Mm-hmm. Every show that we've put out has not had 100% good feedback in the beginning.
Right.
In other words, it's never happened before. That it's always coupled. It's always about 70-30. People are picky, and it's fine. And then and then the show kind of hones in and tunes up, and it ends up being about a 90%,
It sells out, yeah.
Yours is the only one that I've not heard a single bad thing about the whole time. I've not gotten one email. I've not gotten one personal comment. I've not gotten one thing anywhere saying that there was anything wrong with Dr. Homebrew.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate
somebody's
that.
screening.
Yeah, it's weird. All of that information does come through JP before it gets to me.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I don't know. I don't know what it is. So I'm very excited about this new show.
Me too, man.
Of course, every show has room to grow and get better, and I'm sure that you guys are improving it. But I'm telling you, so far your success rate is fantastic. Search Dr. Homebrew on iTunes, or to make it easy on yourself, you can just plug in thebrewingnetwork.com/drhomebrew.xml into your RSS thing or your iTunes or however you want to subscribe, and then you'll get all the new shows. I believe there's one coming out this week. Let me see.
Yeah, actually, this
Thursday.
week we're going to have 2 new live shows.
Wonderful.
Yes.
So, are you doing that on Thursday?
Uh-huh. Yes, sir.
So that means not only will you get 2 new live shows, but you will get a posting of the next show in the lineup, the last show you recorded.
That's right.
So it's Dr. Homebrew Thursday coming up here on the Brewing Network.
We own Thursdays. Well, the third Thursdays. Anyway, when can I officially throw my weight around to drive a tab on the homepage? Am I Jamil status yet? Or
no, you would have gotten that. Fuck you. Because you know the answer to that question.
I know, but
there's only one Jamil. That's the answer.
And the problem is that my stupid web people aren't finishing what they told me they were going to be done with 3 weeks ago.
Well, if you think the first 2 episodes of Dr. Homebrew were great, watch out for 3 and 4. Right. We have been getting better, and I appreciate that. It's been a lot of fun, and Lee and Brian are awesome co-hosts, and
great.
They know what they're doing.
All right. Hop Grenade Warheads are still in the store, but those are going pretty quickly. So I would order now. There's going to be a little lapse before we get new ones, and they're badass. Those are those double-walled, insulated stainless steel growlers, 64-ounce growlers with the BN Army logo on the front. They're just awesome.
I've seen some lookalikes out there.
Yeah, so have I.
They're trying, but they're not double-walled, and they're just not the same.
Right. And I did see from some breweries doing the double-walled ones, but they don't have our badass hop grenade on it.
Yeah.
So that's the extra
doesn't
bonus.
Support us.
Yeah. They're cool. Go check it out in the store. Also, you can shop on Amazon, and that helps us out. Just click the Amazon link on our homepage and then shop as you normally would, and we get a little cut of that, and it's very helpful. A lot of you are doing it. We appreciate it. You can listen on the go with the BN Army app. Just search BN Mobile in iTunes or your Android market, and you'll be able to get it. Normally, you can watch all this live on justin.tv/Brewing Network, but today our cameras are en route to Philadelphia. Our pallet of broadcast equipment left today, and one of the items we do not have a duplicate of is our studio cameras.
Wow.
So Yeah, so no live video today. You'll just have to listen to our wonderful voices.
Subscribe like it's radio.
Right. You'll have to you'll have to interact with us like it's radio.
Just use your imagination.
Yeah.
All right, subscribe and join the BN Army. Recurring donors are entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway, which is your chance to win $100 to our wonderful session sponsor, More Beer. You can go over to morebeer.com and check them out, but just click the subscribe link on our homepage there. It's got the little dog tag BN Army thing, and donate. It helps us stay alive around here and enters you to win. And we appreciate every one of you that's been doing it. Some of you have been doing it for years, and I can't express my gratitude enough. Thank you. Get all these updates and more over on Twitter and
Facebook.
I don't even have time for Facebook anymore.
I don't.
Producer Scott the Jew.
Much less hate that way.
Send your show ideas over to him, scott@thebrewingnetwork.com, and send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. All right. Do we have a Twitter game?
We do have a Twitter game.
Twitter game's brought to you today by Keystone Homebrew Supply. Go to keystonehomebrew.com and check them out. A wonderful sponsor, great homebrew shop, and...
let me make a retraction because I said I don't know why, that they were in Harrisburg last week, and they're not at all. Not even close. They have two locations. One's in Montgomeryville, and one is in Bethlehem.
Which one are you going to visit while we're at NHC?
The one in Downingtown? No, I don't know. I think we're going to Montgomeryville.
Got it.
I do believe.
Okay. Keystone Homebrew Supply. Check them out at keystonehomebrew.com. What's our Twitter game this week?
Well, the Craft Beer Association, or who the hell just... Wow, I just botched a whole setup right there. Anyway, there was a list that came out about the top 100 most popular... I think Zymergy actually put it out. Top 100 most popular craft beers.
Okay.
And no stranger to the top of the list, over half of them were IPAs.
Mm-hmm.
And while that's all fine and good, I want to know what people don't like about craft beer. A lot of people like craft beer, and we give craft beer a lot of love, but what could it do to improve? What do people not like about it?
Okay. How can we improve craft beer? I love it. Send that to Brewing Network over on Twitter, and that's how we can do that. So we're gearing up for the National Homebrewers Conference. This is our last show before we head out there, and then we'll be there for, of course, the entire conference. What you will get is 3 live shows, potentially 4 from the Homebrewers Conference. It always depends on how they work the internet for us. But I know that we have a Brewing with Style scheduled, and that's Tasty and Jamil doing their thing. I believe the topic for that is going to be Dortmunder Export, as well as talking about some hop topiks, in particular low cohumulone hops. Tasty is what you guys will be working on. So that'll be a good show. Then there are 2 different Brew Strong shows that we're doing from that as well. So while you will not have a session for 2 weeks, you will get 3 new shows coming out of there. Also, we'll go live from Club Night with our Brewers Feud, and then put the cameras out on Club Night so you can see the action if you weren't able to make it also, assuming we have internet there. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but I genuinely never know till we get there.
I've heard that it's not, but I don't know that for sure.
No, we're not part of that.
Oh, okay, good.
If we, that's what the problem is. Unless it gets ordered directly for us with a dedicated line, which that order is always placed. Just whether or not the hotel facility is able to come through on the order is what happens. Whenever they tell us we have to use the public internet that everybody else is using, it doesn't work. We can't.
Right.
We stream too much data.
Good stuff
to work over that. So.
Bullshit was I thinking.
I will let you know as soon as I know. I'll probably know on Wednesday, and then JP will post it up on Facebook and Twitter, and you'll know what time to tune in and all that. Best place will be JTV if we've got the connection we want. You'll be able to watch everything unfold.
I like unfolding.
JP's already wearing. How can this be that JP? Are you in the future right now? You're wearing a BNA 8 T-shirt.
Oh man, let me tell you, dude. I went to this fucking party. It was amazing. There was so much good beer. Right. It was. Oh my god, you have no idea.
Back from the future.
The shirts look good. I like our BNA 8 logo on that shirt.
I think they look pretty rad.
Yeah. Nice work. Looks good in between your boobs, your man boobs.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Never mind.
Okay. I thought it looked pretty good, actually. But
I'd look hard for the 8, but okay, I see it.
There's the 8, yeah. You got to look. It's a very clever 8.
It is a very clever 8, and it should be very clever.
Who designed the logo?
Well, I was just about to say, you know who the concept came from? JP's girlfriend, Taryn.
Oh, that's right.
She designed the concept, and then we sent it over to the lovely Push Eject to do our thing to it, to
Clean
refine
it
it and brand it and all that. But the concept came over from Taryn, and I think she did a good job.
Yeah, I think so too.
You can meet Taryn if you're going to NHC.
But stay far away from her.
MEAT her.
5 feet radius at all times. I don't need her to be pod any more than she already is.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be busy anyway. She's
Yeah, you
probably
won't
going to be
even notice.
lonely.
She's going to like it.
And drunk.
She doesn't have to go to BNA to be lonely.
She'll be one of the 5 women at the conference, and she will love the attention.
She absolutely will, yeah.
Yeah. All right. We do have a booth. We're just kind of giving you a heads up of what the week to come is at NHC there. We will have a booth, as always, in the hospitality suite. So if you've been waiting to get your BN merch, you can buy it from us there. You can also just come hang out with us, which is what we always like to meet listeners and drink some beer together. That's also where the shows will happen when Jamil does Brew Strong as well as Brewing with Style. And have you guys looked at the seminar list? Tasty, do you ever go to seminars anymore?
On the afternoons, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
More like seminars.
I like pop in. Going is a little bit too big of a commitment. But
I like to do that too. I'm kind of the same. I go to. I always pick out a couple that I'm going to find interesting, or sometimes I just go see my friends doing their presentations.
Yeah, a lot of times.
But yeah, I'm like you. I'm good for about 20 minutes before the ADD kicks in.
Yeah.
I looked at a couple of them. I usually go to the ones just that what I want to go to, and then I like to just socialize.
Yeah.
But they got a couple of them, like a couple times. I want to see that one. I went right next to the other one I want to see.
Right, but a lot of them they're rerunning, and they've done this for several years now.
They do on Thursday
for the judges because a lot of people have to judge. They miss the seminars, so oftentimes you will find them.
They repeat them.
Yeah,
just those from Thursday.
Just the Thursday ones,
right?
But. No, it's a couple of them. I want to see that one and nothing else during the day, and they're right next to each other. And then I look down to the next day, same thing.
And then you just end up going and getting drunk and forget. You're like, well, if I can't go, I might as well go.
I'm not going to sit in the hallway and do nothing.
Exactly.
Well, it's a good thing they repeat them, so that's cool.
Only the ones from Thursday, though. So remember that. Don't repeat again.
Yeah,
they repeat. Okay, so. I know that there's if you were looking to go to the Homebrewers Conference, which sold out almost instantly, a couple BNers were looking to get rid of some tickets.
Yeah, which is weird.
I know that Keith Mychek, you can find him under that on Facebook, or Milo Fior in the forum, is giving away a full selling a full conference pass plus a VIP BNA 8 ticket, which means you get to go to the dinner and all that. He bought it all instantly thinking he was going to make it, and he can't make it. Susie Q, our very own Susie, is also has a pass that she's selling to the conference. I think she is going. Actually,
so she has a
I think she's going. She didn't clarify,
but now she's single.
Yeah. But I think is that what it is? She's leaving Shane behind. I don't know. I'll find out the scoop from her, or maybe she's in the chat room. But anyhow, there's a couple ways you can still get them. On our Brewing Network Facebook page right now, there's a message about Keith's ticket. You can private message me or email me, justin@thebrewingnetwork.com. I'll put you in touch with Keith or Susie. And if you're in the area, I know it's a little late to make accommodations and things, but if you're in Philly or the area, buy up one of those tickets, man. If you missed out on this conference, it's not coming back your way. You should go. And there's a couple opportunities there. Not to mention that great VIP ticket to BNA 8. I think... I'll just throw this out there. You might be able to get a deal on Keith's. I mean, it's down to the wire. So I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you should beat the kid down or anything.
Right.
But, yeah,
Presbyterian him down.
You might throw in one of the. Yeah,
you might be able to get a deal on the two. So send me an email if you're interested, and so I can help those guys out and help you out. Justin@thebrewingnetwork.com is the place to do it. All right. Hey, don't forget about our wonderful sponsor, Adam and Eve. A lot of times this time of year, people's libido heats up, and
well, a lot of guys are leaving their wives and girlfriends for the conference.
It's time to leave a little something
behind.
behind.
Leave something for them to play with besides the neighbor guy.
Good call, Tasty.
Yeah, you can't leave them half-cocked.
Go to adamandeve.com right now. You can leave them full-cocked by using coupon code BNARMY. You can get 50% off just about any item, plus free shipping, plus 3 free adult DVDs from all sorts of genres. Just take a look on there, and you'll find the genre for you. What was it? Party wipe? Is that one?
Party wipe is definitely
That's
one.
probably a new genre.
Yeah. It's actually what happens after the gangbangs. It's just it's a behind the scenes. It's a cleanup video.
It's that the guy leaves the camera on while the crew comes in to clean up.
Yeah, it's for OCD people.
Oh yeah. Oh, clean that up.
Oh, he missed a spot. Oh God.
Oh, it's like me when the hottest thing at the strip club is when they take the alcohol wipe and clean the pole before the next lady comes out. I'm like, oh yeah.
He gets all slime off of
Clean that, sweetheart.
It makes you think. It makes you wonder what the other strippers have. And first of all, you called her a performer, I think, instead of an actual stripper.
Did I?
Yeah, I think you did.
No.
What did I?
Don't
I've
call
never
them
had
strippers. They don't like that.
I've never had that much respect for a stripper.
Dancer.
If you have 20 bucks, they'll like whatever you want.
I have a lot of $2 bills. That's what I have.
Oh.
Are there strip clubs in Philly that we're going to? Anybody do a little research for me?
There's gotta be.
A good employee who wants to get in good with the boss man would be like, hey.
So, hey, I got it all laid out here.
Hey, J-Dog, guess what we're doing?
That's my strip club name. It's J-Dog.
Yeah. J-Dog to the stage.
The employee's
why
not
would
the
you have
boss
you
man. Already
announcing
knew.
it?
Right.
Get you up in the booth.
I'll work for my strippers. That's fine. Anyway, AdamandEve.com, coupon code BNARMY, free gift that's very secretive. It's more secret than the NSA, so I've heard.
Ooh,
you like my political joke there?
That was kind of modern. You brought it to the real world.
I read it. I've read one newspaper in the last month.
It's a Prism gift.
All right, so go check them out, AdamandEve.com. Nathan Smith just made it to the studio.
Yay.
So also later in the program, I got to get to a break right now, and we're going to be talking to Victory Brewing Company's Bill Kowaleski here in just a few minutes. But also a little bit later on in the program, we're doing a Brewcaster Challenge update. Of course, we have Tasty and Nathan competing against each other in wit beer. Hey, Mosk, will you grab that phone that's ringing over there? And by the way, I don't see Bill ready, so you might have to do a little communication for that too. Wit beer update. You guys have both. We're not doing the update now, but you both brewed your wit beers, right?
Yep. Things are going well.
Okay.
It's fermenting away, I think.
We might have to do a little betting.
After the first couple days, you don't have to check anymore.
Oh, we do have to do that, I think.
Well, we're going to find out about their. We did find out about their recipes last time. We'll do a little recap. We'll find out about how the brew day went, and we'll have to throw down some bets on.
I got all kinds of secrets.
Who's going to win? Nice. I like it.
Pertaining to the beer.
Well, maybe
Specific to the beer.
Between me and you, it's different, buddy.
Now, Nate, you and Nicole are going to NHC.
Yep,
okay.
That's right. Be there starting Monday. I'll be there all week.
You are? Okay.
I need a spare liver to pack in my luggage to make it through that trip.
I heard you can pick them up out there.
That's a good idea, Doc.
Yeah.
You would know where to go, Doc.
Yeah.
So,
although they're probably all
halfway
out
through the
after
week.
Philly
that's
Beer Week.
true, yeah. That's the real reservation.
You got to reserve them a little early.
Take this call. A lovely lady named Bridget has some strip club suggestions for us. Oh, man.
Bridget, my dear, welcome to the program.
Bridget to line one.
Hi.
So you've got some Philly strip club suggestions for me?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I need them because I'm a bit of a connoisseur. Every city I go to, I like to come away with a report.
And syphilis.
All right, Club Risque.
Wait, hang on. Club Risque. Clever name. And how close is that to the downtown area?
No, Club Risque.
Okay, we'll pay them for Club Risque.
And my husband says we'll take you to Club Risque.
Wow.
Good man.
By take me, that means you're paying my cover charge?
We're paying your cover charge.
And Bridget, are you going along as well?
Yes. My favorite club.
It's her favorite club.
You know why it's important, and if you don't know this, you've not been to strip clubs enough. Going to strip clubs with a woman changes the entire experience. You get a much better attention and respect for that matter. You don't get treated like the creepy guy in the corner. You don't get treated like the creepy guy that you are when you go along with it.
Exactly.
Right?
We used to go, and it was like date night, and
I love it.
They would come up, the girls would come up, talk to us, and they got to know us.
See,
it was a good time.
I have always been astutely against date night. I think it means that you've given up. However, if date night were at the strip club, I'm all about it. That's how you can convince me that date night is an acceptable part of a married relationship. And Bridget, sounds like you have the right idea.
Yes.
Okay, any other clubs
we
I
will
should...
take you.
I would love to. All right, anything else I should know about?
There's Daydreams.
Daydreams!
Daydreams is good,
Okay.
and they are full nude.
Can you
drink in there?
Yeah.
Alcohol?
Yes.
Oh, good. Because California, once they're all nude, you have to buy $20 juice.
Yeah, you can't buy drinks. And who wants to see a naked woman when you're not? Wait a minute.
You don't need full. You don't need full nude. That's gross.
I'll deal with it. Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds like two good suggestions. It's a short week, so I'll have to cram them in, so to speak.
Club Risque. It is on South Christopher Columbus Boulevard.
See what a wonderful tribute to a wonderful man.
South.
Let's see directions.
All right, Bridget. Thank you for the information. I look forward to meeting you in Philadelphia.
We will see you on Wednesday night at your party.
Awesome. We'll see you there. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Wonderful. See, you can always count on our listeners to give me the information I need.
Well, you can't count on anyone else here.
Exactly.
It's an 8-minute drive, under 4 miles away.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds like a really quick cab ride to me.
Just a jaunt down US 30 East, bro.
You never walk to a strip club. And I'll tell you why. I take that back. You never walk to a strip club unless that strip club is in Portland. Because everywhere else is not a nice place to walk.
Yeah,
and
you're knifed.
You're likely to lose all your dollar bills, or in my high-rolling case, $2 bills on the way to the strip club.
It's like double the amount.
Is it bad luck to give a stripper a $2 bill? Like it is to give a tip in a bar?
No.
As
long as it's not the only $2 bill that you leave.
Got it.
If you leave several $2 bills, no, that's fine. You look creepier than normal, I'll admit.
Right.
It's a weird thing to do, but somehow I acquired a bunch of them, and I can't think of a better place to spend them, so I bring them to strip clubs. And I do think it makes me look odd, but I also think it puts more money in their G-strings. So
we just did this as a challenge for my buddy's bachelor party like 2 weeks ago. Was one of the challenges was put a $2 bill in a stripper's G-string, and he did it, and she liked it.
See, it's
you say something really creepy, like hand it to him, and be like, "Here's one for each titty."
I usually say something like, "I've been collecting these since I was 8." They like that. They're like, "Oh, awesome."
Can you get them anymore?
I don't know.
Yes.
I do. For some reason...
can you go down to the bank and say, I want $2 bill?
Yes, you can.
You can?
For my strippers.
I don't know how it is. Somewhere along the line, it just became a thing to give them to me. And so every so often, someone hands me envelopes full of $2 bills.
They're supposed to be bad luck.
Well,
now we know.
They've always done me right. All right, I got to get us to a break. We're going to be talking to Bill Kovaleski from Victory Brewing when we come back. Hang in there. It's the session. We got a great show. Plus, we'll be talking about the Brewcaster Challenge wit beer. And we're going to do some sampling of a couple wit beers in here, too. I'd like to know how close you guys think you are to our samples. Hang in there. It's the session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zainasheff, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine. Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Homebrewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your homebrew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in a can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. For nearly 15 years, homebrewers have been served by one place in Michigan where you can buy yourself a serial killer grain mill. Adventures in Homebrewing. Did you try all those great Michigan beers at the National Homebrewers Conference in San Diego or Seattle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Did you see a great false bottom in your buddy's cooler or brew kettle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered that. And did you see that great custom-built brew stand? Yep, Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Since 1999, Adventures in Homebrewing in Taylor, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and online at homebrewing.org has been serving homebrewers across the globe. Check out their innovative 2.5-gallon keg with metal handles, great homebrew kits, and the fully adjustable Serial Killer Grain Mill. Visit them in Philly for the 2013 National Homebrewers Conference. Not going to make it? Check out all the fun of Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org. For a limited time, coupon code BNetwork will slam 10% off your order. Bam! Adventures in Homebrewing. Join the adventure at the Great Lakes home for homebrewing supplies. Online at homebrewing.org. And don't forget coupon code BNetwork for a limited time. Join the adventure today.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
Session.
Brewing up our next batch of radio gold.
Right now.
Yeah, welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. Shout out to my good friend True North listening in San Francisco. May you never get monkeyed, my friend. All right, we got a good show going on today. Right now, on the line, Mr. Bill Kovaleski from Victory Brewing Company. Bill, are you with us?
Well, hello, Justin. Indeed, I am.
Hey, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for being on the program.
I am happy to be here.
Great. You're pouring beer. Well, you may not do it personally, although you're certainly invited. But we're going to have Victory Beer at our anniversary party, and I'm excited about that.
Well, that is fantastic. I mean, it wouldn't be a party without some Victory beer, would it not?
I agree. In fact, it was the first name on our list when we knew we were doing the party in Philly, and we all just said, well, we got to go to Victory, don't we? So
that's awesome. Appreciate it.
Now, Bill, if you don't know folks at home, is the, get this, co-founder, president, and brewmaster of Victory Brewing Company in Downingtown, PA. If you want to ask him questions yourself, you can use the phone line, 888-401-BEER, 888-401-BEER, or you can hit the chat button on our homepage, and Bevo's in there right now. She'll take your questions and send them over to me if you've got any questions about it.
He also manages the Facebook and Twitter feed of Victory.
Really?
No, not really. He has a real job.
That's a bit of a stretch. I'm a little bit more a lot more active on Twitter than Facebook.
There you go. It's easier, isn't it?
Why did Scott just insult people who manage Twitter and Facebook accounts? I feel personally hurt.
His light is shining a little brighter by pissing on yours, JP.
Yeah, that's an actual job.
You blew my candle out.
Yeah. Now, Bill, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into beer, particularly. Were you a home brewer?
Yeah, I began homebrewing way back when, in 1985, as a recent graduate from Temple University's Tyler School of Art here locally. And, I have a BFA, which those of you out there who have one know that it stands for Big Frickin' Achievement. It's fairly useless in the early term. So I adopted my dad's homebrewing kit and really, really enjoyed that whole experience, and then was professional within, I guess, 5 years.
Okay. Wow. That's a pretty quick progression. And on the homebrewing side, I feel like there are, people get into it for different reasons. Were you into the science part of brewing or more the art side?
Great question, because I was very much the opposite of that. The science, again, as an art student, I had sort of neglected science the last 4 or 5 years of my life leading up to that. And believe it or not, Justin, I had some failed batches, actually. My first 3 attempts were failed fermentations. So I opened up the books and I learned about the science of brewing, which I greatly appreciated. And that led me to the culture of brewing, which sort of blew my mind. Then I really had everything that I was attracted to. I had the culture, I had the art, I had the science all going on at once.
Beautiful. Now, if I can ask, because most of our listeners are homebrewers also, and some of them brand new, what in particular failed about those fermentations?
Well, I wasn't paying attention to sanitation to the level I should have. So what I was doing is working with dry yeast packets, which are always sketchy to begin with. And I wasn't doing a proper starter. And again, I don't think I had sanitation down right. So it was really addressing those 2 issues of feeding my yeast properly and sanitizing properly that got me going.
Got it. Yeah, a couple of the first things that we recommend to people too
Absolutely.
is a bit of temperature control on that fermentation, but the proper yeast pitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're like they're the most important, hands down.
Now, what year was it when you adopted Dad's homebrewing kit?
That was 1985, so that would have been the summer of 1985.
Okay, and was there a homebrew shop around the corner from you then, or was it hard to get stuff?
It was actually kind of difficult. Great question. I was traveling about 15 miles to a shop that was actually primarily a wine and wood stove shop. So they were by no means concentrating on beer supplies, but they got better over time. And then George and Nancy took over ownership of Home Sweet Homebrew in Philadelphia, and that's really a premier shop. And now we've got a great shop in Downingtown, just less than a mile away from our brewery. So the world is getting much better for this.
I love the mom and pops, the small mom and pops that put the 2 things that they love together. It's such a random thing.
It is.
I saw guitars and guns the other day, and it was half the shop was guitars and half of it was ammo.
That's not that random. You remember how gangsters used to carry their guns? Guitar cases.
Right.
There you go.
Bought my first guitar from a gun shop, actually.
Perfect.
Fender Strat copy.
See?
Yeah, it was great.
They're both music to my ears.
I need to go there.
Actually, you thought you were buying a gun, but you opened the guitar case, and it was actually a guitar.
Right, Nathan got duped.
Totally. How am I going to kill people?
I don't know, Doc. I'll find out for you. Somebody sent me the picture because they know that I like the random shops like that,
Kill people with volume.
Yeah.
Right. So let me ask you this. Was Dad a good home brewer?
Yeah, and the funny thing is, you know, my dad's from the coal region of Pennsylvania, you know, very hardscrabble lifestyle. So he was the guy that could make something out of nothing. He was a consummate gardener, canner, you know, pickles, sauerkraut. He made it all. And realistically for him, brewing was a way to get his favorite beverage cheaper to his flavor.
Got it.
I adopted it for different reasons, but we both share the same appreciation for craft.
I love it. I love it. Now, I believe it maybe back then when your dad was doing it, but when people tell me that they're brewing to make it cheaper now, I don't buy it. It's no longer that way. Not so much that ingredients prices have gone up, although they have. It's just that we go nuts with equipment and everything else.
Absolutely.
Now, you know. So.
Well, and you know, there's the whole quality versus quantity slide that exists in every product. I mean, we brew today for flavor, whereas he was brewing for, you know, fizzy beer.
Right. So before you went pro, did you go get actual training as a brewer, or was it just your home brewing experience?
You know, I was really fortunate now when I look at it in hindsight. My business partner, Ron, has been my best friend since the age of 10. And the reason I tell you that story is we kind of pushed one another into it. He actually took the professional leap ahead of me by nearly a year, and his departure from that job at the Baltimore Brewing Company opened up a position which I applied for. So it was actually, in hindsight, very easy for us to get in at the entry level. So I don't think it's, you know, I consult plenty of people who want to get into the business, asking these questions. And, you know, despite the fact that there's all these breweries opening, it really isn't the same at this point to get in.
Okay. I have in my notes that you did an apprenticeship under a German-trained Dutch brewmaster. Is that the place that you're speaking of?
So that's what I was talking about,
yeah,
absolutely. Okay. So in the summer of 1990, I joined the Baltimore Brewing Company, which unfortunately is sadly departed. But it had a great, 12, 13-year run. I was the first I was the years 2 through 6, Ron being year 1. And that was opened up by a very talented gentleman by the name of Theo de Groen.
Okay.
He is actually the grandson of the gentleman who put together 2 breweries post-World War II as the Grolsch Brewing empire.
Wow.
And so I guess Theo got kind of tired of squabbling with his cousins about what color to paint the trucks each year, so he decided to come to the U.S., get an MBA at Duke, and open up a fairly successful brew pub in Baltimore that we really enjoyed.
Wow. And you also studied in Munich, is that right?
I did. So in 1993, in lieu of additional compensation or a raise over my first couple years, Theo sent me to the International Course for Brewing Studies, which was a very cool program run at Doemens Institute in Munich in the fall of 1993.
Got it. So I bring up this training because we're tasting your Prima Pils right now.
Ah, good for you.
And I can see why it's so popular. It's just a wonderful Pilsner.
Well, thank you for that. And, as Pilsners go, I think we've all been subjected to standard European Pilsners, and we know what to expect. Some of them are deliciously nuanced. Some are boring. I think that our experience in brewing Pilsners at the Baltimore Brewing Company gave us a window of opportunity to brew a very bold Pilsner.
Yeah.
And to some extent redefine what Pilsner was in the United States, because, we've been so fortunate with the way craft brewing allows us to revisit all these classic styles and do them in, a stronger, more interesting interpretation.
Sure. I think what I like about yours is that I agree with you that it's a stronger and different interpretation, but I don't like it when, it's my personal taste. Personally, I don't like a Pilsner that has gone too far and I can't taste that it came from a Pilsner, that its heritage was a Pilsner. And so I do think while yours has some different traits to it and it's a little bolder, I can still really taste the great Pilsner malt. I can still taste a great lager yeast having gone to work on it. I'm not tasting a strong sense of pepper or other things that I found when people try to go nuts with the Pilsner.
Yeah, you definitely, if you're making something you're calling a Pilsner, it should slightly, at least, resemble the style, or else it's not. It's like people who say it's session IPA.
Right.
It's not an IPA.
And I like the creativity, but if I'm going to order something that calls a Pilsner, because I love the style of Pilsner. I just absolutely love a German Pilsner. So I think this is a great example of an American brewery kind of making it their own, but it hasn't gone so far that I don't call it a Pils.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think both of you guys bring up a really good point in that, there's certain styles where you can sort of accept a wide latitude. Saison, I think, is a good example of a style that has wide latitude. But, if a Pilsner is chewy, it's not a Pilsner. It's got to be refreshing.
Yeah.
So, I think that there's a little bit narrower window to shoot for when you call something a Pils.
I think you're right.
Bill, what is the ABV in this beer? It seems pretty large, but by the way, really nice and dry. I really like it.
Cool. Yeah, no, I think you certainly get the dryness. There's almost a minerally quality because we use a whole lot of whole flower Tettnang hops, which can almost go towards an irony, metallic flavor if they're used in excess. But it comes in at 5.3%.
Okay.
I'm glad that you bring that up, too. I wouldn't have put my finger on it till you said it, but that minerally characteristics is one of the things I'm loving about this beer.
It makes it kind of sharp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bill, what kind of IBUs
This is a great seafood partner.
What kind of IBUs are you shooting for on this beer?
That beer has been measured at 68 IBUs, so it's...
Wow. I love the hop bitterness, too. It's definitely present. Too. It's not harsh or aggressive, but it's there. It's really nice.
Well, we kind of glossed over it, but let me bring it up. We use only the whole flower form of hop, so I feel that we get a really great flavor to bitterness ratio. The bitterness is there, but it's an unadulterated bitterness, so it doesn't bring a lot of the harshness that you might get. I mean, I'm not here to knock other forms of hops, but we've made a clear decision as to what we feel is best suited for the beers that we envision.
Do you think that some of the harshness from pellets, it just comes from the sheer amount of vegetable matter and it all being crushed together and things like that?
I do. The processing, the heat of the extrusion, there is definitely a denaturing that occurs and subjects some of the vegetal aspects of the vine and the flowers to an abuse where harsher flavors can be aggregated. So it's something that we just seek to avoid, and we've use that as a hallmark of our brewing, and therefore we brew towards the whole flower hops. So it's a process decision that I think we execute well.
Yeah. So you don't use pellets in the brew house at all?
We don't. There was a time, early on when, up to 5% of the brews, up to 5% of the volume would be pellet hops, but that was because we weren't ahead of the curve and we weren't talking with the suppliers and ensuring that at harvest time we were securing everything in whole flower form. So the only time we really introduce pellets now is when something is new and experimental, and it's the only way we can get our hands on it. Essentially, when it's it's already been processed, and a grower says to us, "Hey, would you like to try this?"
Got it. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the bitterness, Nate, because it's one of the things I really like about it. It is up there, but it, like you said, it's neither harsh, it's not overbearing, but it's like, is it Czech stout? Original Pils like that was supposed to be more on the bitter side.
Well, and Bill's talking about dryness in a beer like this too, and it really accentuates that in this context as well.
Yeah, I'm calling dibs on the rest of this.
I think that one thing that might be maybe misread as bitterness or harshness is, the beer can get, Prima Pils can certainly end with almost an ash-like dryness. I mean, you taste a super dry bitterness, almost, and I'll use the term again just in case it works the second time, but ashen, and I think it's part and parcel of the flavor. It's there. It's just not overwhelming.
Yeah. Well, the other kudos I'll give you while we're at it is we have a bottled version that we found in a liquor store here. And you know what? It's holding up great.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how long it's been there, but it's holding up fantastic.
Well, if you want to do a little bit of investigative work on the shoulder of the bottle, you should probably see some faint white etching that might give you a best by date. We've always been good about putting a best by date either laser etched into the bottle or onto the label. How well it reads, that's the variable.
I can see it. My eyes are terrible, but I'm seeing, I think, April 12th.
Yeah, mine, April 3 is mine.
There you go.
12/3, it's all the same.
So, but still April of this year, so it's a little past the Best By and holding up, like to me, like it's a fresh Pilsner.
Tastes good.
Awesome.
Yeah. A good job on that. And just to, briefly talk about that, because I know homebrewers, we don't have access to this type of equipment, but have you guys invested in one of these kind of newer state-of-the-art bottling lines to deal with oxygen and things like that?
Well, state of the art has been, remains a moving target. The technology we invested in was back to 2002.
Okay.
So we have a 40 head Crohn's filler, brand new in 2002, and we have invested along the way in DO, dissolved oxygen measuring equipment. So everything is being measured, and tweaks continue to optimize the equipment. But overall, we're very pleased with what we're getting out of that bottling line.
Yeah, well, you should be. It's coming out well. And you guys are opening a new facility as well. Is that right?
Well, we are. Your amazing thirst and the thirst of your audience has caused us to roll the dice and build a second brewery, a mere 17 miles from where our brewery is right now in Downingtown, center of Chester County, Pennsylvania, directly between Philadelphia and Lancaster, PA. The second brewery is really designed as a production brewery. We're at this moment installing a 200-barrel brew house. So it'll have an initial capacity of 225,000 barrels a year because Downingtown will not be able to produce anything more than 105,000 barrels per year.
Okay.
Wait, it's not going to be in North Carolina. That's what you're telling me?
Right.
Bucking the trend. North Carolina. It's beautiful, but it's getting crowded.
Now, I usually avoid this question. I think it's a weird question to ask people, or at least a weird question to answer. But I feel compelled to ask you, especially because you started the company with your best friend that you've known since the third grade, and of course you started as a home brewer.
I don't want you to be embarrassed. I'll answer the question. Boxer, not briefs.
Right. Done. Thank you. And your partner, he's the same. No. I want to know if you anticipated, when you, and be honest with me, you said, all right, look guys, we're gonna open a brewery. We're gonna do this. We're gonna throw it on the line. We're gonna open a big brewery. Did you think that you were gonna see this kind of success, that you'd be opening a 200-barrel brewery several years down the road?
I love this question because it really is a fundamentally important one. Let me answer it with two shots at it. Number one, we expected to be successful. We wrote a business plan based on success. Not that we knew everything that we were heading into, but we risked our family's future on this. So we were determined to make this work. Did we expect this level of success? No. We feel so grateful that America has learned to eat better foods, drink better beers, that integrity and character in products matters now, because that has opened up a really wide audience of appreciation that in 1994, when we were writing our business plan, we could not in our wildest dreams have envisioned.
Right. And, that's kind of why I asked you this question, too. The fact that you guys opened, or, started in 94 and I think opened in 95, if I have that right. That our palate in America really has changed, not just for beer, but for food. I can use myself as an example. I lived on fast food growing up in the desert as a kid. And in 95, I didn't care about local anything.
Absolutely not.
And, however, 10 years later, you won't find me, you wouldn't have found me at a fast food joint. And I really changed the way I thought about things. And I think that you didn't maybe see that. I can't imagine you could see that coming when you opened in 95,
No, didn't see that coming, but your observations are spot on. I mean, and it's not just you and I. It's an ever growing group of people that recognize integrity and quality and place value on that.
Right. Well, good. Congratulations. Good for you. Damn it.
Congratulations to all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're all benefiting from it, of course, but just the number of craft breweries. But you know, not everybody's doing it as well as Victor. You guys are really doing a fine job over there. So,
I will say though, a Western bacon cheeseburger from Carl's Jr.
Every now and then.
It's hard. No, I don't have it, but God damn, that was a good friggin' burger.
Right.
Well, you don't want your body to like reject all the fine food. It's got to have a little bit of balance.
Right.
Just like a good beer.
How can you know beauty without ugliness? That's what I always say.
Right.
Awesome.
All right, guys, let's do this. I got to take a quick break. We've got a little bit more beer to try from Bill, and of course, more questions. And you can send your questions too. Hit the chat button or call us up, 888-401-BEER. Bill, can you hang in there for a second? We'll be right back.
I'm all yours.
All right. Hang in there, guys. It's Victory Brewing. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
What could be better than great blues music and great beer? Rock your summer right at the 4th Annual Pleasant Hill Blues and Brews Festival. Saturday, July 27th from noon to 6 p.m. Come enjoy tasty beer, delicious food, and free live music featuring the Candy Cane Band, the Chris Cane Band, and many more. Unlimited beer tasting and VIP access available at beautiful Pleasant Hill Park. More than 25 of the best and some of the newest Bay Area breweries will be on hand, like Lagunitas, the 21st Amendment, Sierra Nevada, Heretic, Lost Coast, Rocksteady, and Almanac Brewing. Get your tickets right now for the Blues and Brews Festival at bluesandbrewsfestival.com. And new this year, Friday night will be a pre-party concert from 6 to 9 p.m. Come enjoy the music of the Big Jangle. Don't miss the Pleasant Hill Blues and Brews Festival for great blues and great brews. Get your tickets today.
Tin, Getting tired of that same old handcrafted beverages day after day? Are you looking for something with more diversity than your normal beer? Fellow BN Army member Michael Fairbrother, owner of Moonlight Meadery, is reviving an entire beverage category, mead.
The meads at Moonlight Meadery are all handcrafted from the finest honey on the market and are perfect for any occasion, like weddings, baby showers, or...
Excuse me? Mead is not your average girly drink, mister, and Moonlight Meads can be enjoyed anytime, anywhere. Football games with the guys.
Yeah.
Barbecues with the guys.
Yeah.
Operating power tools with the guys.
Yeah. Actually, sir, that's really dangerous.
Good point, son.
Next time you have something to celebrate or are just looking for a new tasting experience, pick up a bottle of mead from Moonlight Meadery. Now in 21 states, making over 60 varieties of mead from dry, semi-sweet to sweet.
Break out of that craft beer lull. Grab a bottle of Moonlight Mead. Can't find some? Then ask. No, make that demand some.
Yeah!
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters, this is Jamel Zanishev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer. When it spits resin in your face, it makes you cry, Uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients? Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse? The $6.99 shipping. Well, yeah, but the in-store classes for beginning brewers. Yeah, that's cow, but the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome. No, I mean, yes, but the cheese-making supplies. No. Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings. All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome. Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot. Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
Tuned into this session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
That's right. Welcome back to the program, boys and girls. Thanks for tuning in. You can go right now to victorybeer.com and see the website of our guest, Victory Brewing Company. We're talking to Bill. He's the brewmaster over there, plus the co-founder, plus the president, plus probably the janitor on some days, if I had to guess.
Keep that one quiet.
Right. I got a phone call at the break before we move on from Prima Pills.
Can we never move on from Prima Pills?
I know, it's so good. We got Casey on the line. Casey, what's happening?
Hey, just listening to the session. Had a couple questions for Bill.
Go for it.
Hey, Casey. Both of them are related to Prima Pills. I was wondering about the hops he used in Prima Pills. Were they all like Czech saws, and did he use any sort of American origin? And did he use a 60-minute addition of like a clean bittering hop, or did he just go with like the flavor and low alpha hops all the way through?
Bill?
Yeah, great questions. So we're working with all noble varieties of hops. We've got, if you were listening earlier, we've got a whole lot of Tettnang or Tettnang in there. We do have Czech Zácer, and that's pretty much the end of things. We also have in there our Hallertau, and we also have Hallertau Mittelfroh, and we also have our Spalt Select. But Tettnang and Zácer really lead the way, and we are in the kettle at 60 minutes with a bit of bittering hops, but again, they're all the low alpha varieties that I just identified.
All right. You have another question?
Right on. Yeah, it was yeast related. I was just curious if there was a yeast available to home brewers that was similar or the same to the yeast that he uses within Prima Pills.
Good question.
Bill? Yeah, fantastic. We actually have a whole slew of lager yeast strains. We have more yeast than we have brewers. We're up to 45 yeast in our freezer. But so the thing that we rely on the most is the Weihenstephan lager yeast. So it is commercially available from your suppliers, and it's just a workhorse, and it's super clean.
Beautiful. Thanks for the call, Casey. Appreciate it. You are probably the first guest we've had on here that admits to having that much yeast around, that many different varieties.
I don't know if it's an admission so much. I'm not sure that many of my peers, keep that many yeasts around. I think it's a growing trend, but we've always placed an emphasis on yeast management because it's sort of like, paints on a palette. You want to have a wide spectrum.
But you wouldn't change the yeast for a staple like Prima Pils, I'm assuming.
I wouldn't say we wouldn't. We know that the yeast that we're utilizing is perfect for what we're achieving. But as anyone who brews recognizes, Mother Nature throws you curveballs on your other ingredients every fall. And so you're always adapting. You're always responding to changes within your ingredients. And, we certainly, with a 50-barrel brew house right now that we can brew down to about 35 barrels, we do experiment with things. They don't necessarily come out and become part of the general releases, but we are playing around with yeast, and we're always looking for ways to get closer to the vision that we have of perfection.
Got it. So that sounds to me like we might be able to taste some small batch Pilsner at the brewery or some maybe local locations, but the Prima that I find on the shelf.
Since 2000, we've been doing something called Braumeister Pils, and Braumeister's concept is to execute the Prima Pils in terms of the malt bill in the brew house, but go at it with a single hop instead of 4. And in this experiment, we get to taste the purity of a single variety of hop, and it helps us experiment and make decisions based off of that. So when you're in our area, and even down into, Stone Brewing Company's territory, they service the Southern California market for us. You'll see Braumeister Pils appearing on draft from time to time.
Nice.
And we've been doing it, like I said, since 2001, so it's a lot of fun for us.
Damn that San Diego and their Stoned. They get all the good beers down there because of their distribution arm. Damn it.
It's not fair.
That's not fair.
That's a real craft beer distributor there. We don't have that.
We went into the wrong business, Tasty.
Yeah, no.
I mean, had we had any, desire to actually work for a living, we would have opened a distributor up here.
Or money.
Yeah, or money, right. Bill, let me ask you this. We talked about kind of your beginnings back in 95. What were the first beers that you started with, and why did you choose those?
We opened up our brewery with only 3 beers on tap. We were in a rush to get the doors open and start seeing some revenues come in the door, but we had a lineup that we felt solidly represented the ability of southeastern PA to appreciate beer. We had friends in the Stouts Brewing Company just west of us who had opened in 1986 or 87 that were doing a great job with lager beers. So we opened up with 2 lagers. We opened up with an export-style lager called Brandywine Valley Lager, and we opened up with an Oktoberfest Märzen style called Victory Fest beer, and we opened up with what we thought was going to be the dark horse, and probably no one would like it because it was so bitter, was the Hop Devil IPA.
Okay.
And we were really surprised when we, brought our initial restaurant staff in and exposed them to the beers that we had in the fermenters, and they really dug the Hop Devil. So that was eye opening for us.
What an awesome way to be wrong. Because that was probably your guys' favorite too. The Hop Devil. You just thought maybe it wouldn't be everybody else's.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, to us, it was clearly the most exciting, yet at the same time making, a delicious, true-to-style Märzen going to the 70s when they were rich and malty and amber. That was totally exciting to us. But, it was fun.
What's your best-selling beer now?
Our best-selling beer remains the Hop Devil, but it's getting serious competition from our Golden Monkey, our Belgian-style triple.
Okay. Is that the one we have in front of us right now?
Yes,
Moscow?
indeed. Yep.
Oh, look at that.
Did you guys try this one yet?
Yeah, I just took a sip.
Okay. Now, this one we found locally as well, which is nice to see. Was it a Bevmo that had it? Or
No, it was a little specialty grocery store that I'd never been to, about 10 miles out.
Okay.
So I guess our Beer Finder app kind of connected you to a new specialty store.
Yes. With very good-looking checkout girls, as I was saying off the air before the show.
Oh, wonderful.
So there's tons of reasons to go there.
That's a feature of the Beer Finder we ought to add.
That's what I was just
No kidding.
How hot the staff is.
Yeah, so version 2.0, Bill, needs to have that.
Why do you think they call her a checkout girl?
Thong.0.
If you're just tuning in, we're talking to Bill Kowaleski from Victory Brewing Company. You can go to victorybeer.com and read about the things we're talking about. Where can people get the Beer Finder app?
It's available on both the Android and Android Market and iTunes Store. It's a free app that we created about a year and a half ago, and it's really cool for you engineers out there because it actually leverages the databases that our wholesalers utilize to ship their products to retailers. So it's drawing real information about product shipments. Unfortunately, it's slightly delayed because it's dealing with the purchases by those retailers. But it's real information. These are real accounts where this beer is ending up.
I love it.
That's a great feature,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I think you're paving the way for what breweries should be doing. That's a great app.
Easily, you have to make it easy for your customers to connect.
Yeah.
Well, when we wrote our business plan, we thought an 800 number was going to be so important, and then this amazing thing called the internet happened.
Right.
What is that? I still don't even understand it.
We're on it right now.
You have the internet?
We still use Prodigy over here. We don't.
Dial up.
$8.99.
He still knows the price. Yeah.
So, Bill, what's the yeast in this beer? It doesn't have the traditional phenolics that I associate with a triple.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because we've played around with the yeast on that. We began with a proprietary yeast that came to us from a trip that friends of ours had taken to Belgium, and then basically we found an Abbey yeast that was commercially available that achieved the same effects. So how these yeasts may have been separated in lineage at some point, I don't know, but they achieve the same effect. But it's commercially available yeast that you're enjoying right now.
And for what would the homebrewers know that as?
If they want to be duplicating that, they want to be looking at the Westmalle yeast.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm glad you bring that up too, Tasty, because I'm not a triple fan. And it's because of the phenolics that you mention are different in this beer. The other thing that surprises me about this beer is the fruit characteristics that are present, which is also what I generally don't like about a triple. I like in this beer. There's a little bit of banana. There's a little bit of watermelon or some kind of a melon.
Yeah, watermelon.
And I like that better than the traditional fruit phenolics I find in other triples that make me turn away from triples.
Honeydew.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There's some spices in this beer, too. Some of that might be part of that effect.
From the yeast, you think?
No, he's added spices.
There's spices added, yeah. If you give us a hint, Bill, what the realm of those might be.
Wait, before he does, can you guess what you think they are, Nate?
I can't.
No. Anybody?
I'm going to guess watermelon.
Some sort of
That's what Boss got
some zest or something.
Cardamom.
Cardamom says Doc.
I think definitely
coriander.
You get I get
I'm
cardamom
hearing
for
some
sure.
good guesses. It's actually down to one single addition, and it is crushed coriander seed.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Which is, for us, I mean, I heard cardamom, and I'm a big fan of that spice. It's wonderful. But what you get, the difference between the two is whereas cardamom is sort of warming, more like a baked, like a cookie kind of quality, what you get out of the coriander is certainly an earthy dryness. And it certainly is a great substitute for, the Belgian or English Kent hops that would have normally been used in a beer like this. So we don't really skimp on the hops, but we make sure that we get the spicing right so that you get the same type of impression, but from a different angle.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the temperature of fermentation on this one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was actually really hot.
High?
Yeah.
Can you give us a range or even the number?
Yeah, that one's over 70 degrees.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, and with the, like you mentioned, Tasty, without the phenolics in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was going to say it was really low to restrict the phenolics.
It's not that there are none. It's just that they're subdued, right?
Or they're different.
It's something to consider, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking to guys trained in lager beer brewing, so a little bit of secondary conditioning and a little bit of patience can go a long way of, bringing some of those wild flavors back into, constraining them and restraining them a bit.
Interesting. So you're essentially saying that there's some cleanup that takes place afterward?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay.
So this is an ale, but you treated it like a lager on the conditioning side.
It doesn't get a full lager treatment, but, again, we let things go wild during fermentation. And with that vigorous fermentation, we develop some great flavors, and we also blow off a lot of VOCs during the process. And then we're able to reduce the temperature post-fermentation and hold it for aging slightly so that we can actually we can clean it up, as you said.
Got it. Well, I'll tell you, I am pleased to find a triple that I can order. Because, when I started getting into Belgian beers, I liked them. They had all these new flavors that I had never tasted.
Yeah.
But over time, a lot of those flavors became offensive to me. And most of them were phenolics, but some of them were also like the fruit. I didn't like clove flavors and things like that were coming through. So I stopped ordering them because I just... But this is one, it's right in my wheelhouse.
I think so. I think some of those are, I don't know about offensive, but they're very narrow. And so you taste it and you go, okay, I know what that is. That's that clove thing. I'm over it. I think you get over it real fast.
Yeah.
At least that was my problem with Belgian beers. But yeah, this has none of that.
Yeah.
I really enjoy it.
I think it's pretty impressive, too, that it's nearly the top of their production, right behind Hop Devil.
Well, that's true. That is
cool.
Impressive.
Did you see that happening recently, Bill, or was that something that had been pretty
No, it's
prominent?
been coming on strong for a long time, and it's interesting because I think it allows us, believe it or not, Golden Monkey is something of an entry-level beer. Not to say that those who enjoy it don't have a great palate, but a lot of college students do the math when they're doing their beer purchase.
Right.
What a 9.5% beer can deliver in terms of effect, and it's a delicious version of that. So we've got a lot of those people going into it, and it's another funny thing that you'll see is that within the culinary community, the restaurant community, if you get off shift at 1 a.m., you don't have too many opportunities to catch up with the rest of the crowd.
Right.
So Golden Monkey has become a very popular beer within culinary circles because it's delicious and it achieves an effect.
I'm so glad that you are willing to say that as an attractive part of the beer, because I was going to make a joke about how Victory beer fans must really like a high alcohol beer, but there are some actual reasons to choose a higher alcohol beer. One being college students, that's an easy one.
Well, yeah.
But I love even listening to, you're right, if you're starting late at night, give me a quick injection in a tasty beer.
And catch up quick.
And I'll take it.
A cocktail beer.
Yeah. It's exactly, rather than a cocktail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do a barrel aged version of this too, right?
We do, yeah, and I'm definitely hoping that come January of next year, you guys have an opportunity to try it. We made our production quite limited. We're working with a great California winery, the Wente family winery in Livermore.
I used to work there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
it's not too far from here.
I was a bartender for them. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Very cool. Well, we've got a relationship going with them, so we've got both red and white wine barrels coming our way, and we did Golden Monkey in their Chardonnay barrels for a 3-month aging, and the complexity and the change that occurred was really nothing short of spectacular. And we called that beer White Monkey because of the the color of the wine that had been in that barrel before. And it was very, very interesting because there were a lot of our consumers that were sort of not misled, but initially tasted it and said, oh, this is a bourbon beer, because many people don't know how to separate the vanillin characters out of the tannins in the wood and recognize that that's a quality of the wood, not a quality of the alcohol.
Right.
So it really had a wide-ranging characteristic to it. There was a couple times drinking it that I swear I was drinking a liquid snickerdoodle cookie because there was cinnamon popping out of it. There was all kinds of great stuff.
If anybody can get, they do a couple Chardonnays. Their best one is called Riva Ranch. And I don't know if those are the barrels you got. I imagine that they blend from all the barrels anyway. Yeah. But my point is, and I don't have the White Monkey in front of us, but the wine is good enough that if you can get a hold of the Wente Chardonnay, the Riva Ranch, I think it'd probably make for a pretty impressive side-by-side to taste the White Monkey and the wine and see if you can pick out any of those flavors together. And I don't really like white wine, but that's one that's pretty tasty.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So isn't the ABV the same on the barrel-aged version?
It is actually. So, I mean, when we receive the barrels, they've actually been completely purged, and we have to subject them to a hot water cleaning as well. So we're not picking up alcohol out of the barrels. We're picking out all of the other residual characteristics that the barrel brings along with it, which is fine by us. That's what we're looking to do. From a TTB, tax and trade standard, regulation, you can actually it's illegal to add alcohol from another source in your brewing process. So, if we were taking an incompletely drained barrel and fermenting beer in it, that would be a no-no.
Okay.
Is that common? Have we heard of those barrel aged beers that are the same ABV as the base beer that went into it? I feel like I've never seen that before.
Yeah, we have, and often for the same reason that Bill's describing. Is that now? I will also say that there are some breweries who fly a little under the radar by not draining out whatever alcohol is added. I don't know them by name. I honestly don't, but I've heard it.
Budweiser,
and they're not doing it really to. It just happens. If you don't drain it out, you might get a little bit, but you've already registered the beer. You've already applied. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we've absolutely heard of breweries that are very aware of that, and they make sure everything's dumped out to make sure it's all on the legit.
So you're also going to. I think they have half a point leeway.
Yeah,
until they get in trouble.
Does that sound? Do you get a half a point or a point even?
I think it's less than that.
0.3, isn't it?
It's small.
Oh,
but also when it's in the barrel, you're going to lose alcohol out of the barrel because the barrel breathes. So it's actually going to come down.
Ah. I got a phone call, Bill. We got Steve on the line. Apparently, he lives down the street from the brewery and wants to talk to you.
If you need
No, Steve's gone.
Ooh,
Hi, Steve.
Steve dropped.
That's so rude.
He sounded robotic to me.
He did sound very robotic. He probably
lived down the street. He's calling from another planet. That was evident.
Yeah. I think he's on another planet because he had a couple of 2-3 of the Belgian triple, and now he's
I think he wanted to ask you if you could get more Wild Devil. What is that? What's Wild Devil?
Yeah, okay, very cool. I mean, if that was his question, I'm happy to tackle it. We did a Brettanomyces version of our Hop Devil probably in 2007. It was a tremendous success in terms of the impact that the yeast had on, the Hop Devil. It was a bit of a failure in that the last few bottles that were out there on retail were overcarbonated. So, that was an experiment that we lost control of, which is rare in our history. We are definitely going to get back into Brett fermentations more seriously when we have 2 breweries operational and we can segregate them a bit better. But yeah, the Wild Devil was a phenomenal flavor, but we really don't like exposing our consumers to too much risk.
Exploding bottles.
I had another question about maybe a beer that's gone. Zeke in the chat room wants to know if you have a chance. Will you make Victory ESB again?
Oh, wow. I mean, if Zeke was close to the brewery, he could actually drink it right now on tap there in Downingtown. That's a great one. We keep playing around with that recipe. So the short answer is yes, it will be available because we keep making it on an irregular basis.
ESB is a tough one for me too. One that I'm picky about because I love a good ESB, but it's one of those beers I think it's hard to dial in. You got that, maybe a little bit of that diacetyl if you're careful, but
the term got abused in the 90s. I think there were a lot of lackluster ones.
Agreed.
And some of those survived in terms of like process or recipe, and there's still some great ones, but
very few. It's now one of the like a triple. It's one that I'll steer away from on the menu because I feel like most places are like, oh yeah, it's an ESB. It's amber in color and it's a little bit of an English ale, and it has no actual definition.
I can't even think of a commercial ESB that's out right now.
Yeah,
besides Red Hook. But other than that,
but that's not on my list. No, it's usually at a small brew pub.
Your bad list,
right.
Anderson Valley's got one.
Oh, that's true.
Well, no, it used to be bad, and then they fixed things, and now it's not Now it doesn't have those bad things you had before.
That's true. The Red Hook, you mean?
Like Nate was saying, it's
in the 90s.
In the 90s, it was abused.
Craft beer in general was abused in the 90s.
Good point.
And the names and everything else.
No, speaking of the 90s, I got a question for Bill. So you've seen this industry do a couple of ups and downs over the years, and clearly things are on an upward swing right now. Do you expect a significant correction in that over the next 5 to 10 years? Do you think things will keep growing at the current rate?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our biggest concern in 2005, 2006 was that an economic downturn would just drive everyone away from quality. And my God, we're making it through a pretty serious downturn, and more breweries are opening. So I think it gets back to what we talked about earlier, that America's appreciation for quality in terms of its beverages and its foods is so high that we're prioritizing these purchases. So I do feel pretty bullish about the capabilities of breweries to continue to open, and breweries to continue, national or regional breweries to continue to grow as well. I do sense that there's probably a fair number of operators out there that may be entering their second or third year of not paying themselves and trying to live on a dream that may be a little bit just out of reach, a little bit elusive. So this is all speculation on my part, but having lived through those days myself and survived them, I think that there's probably some brewers out there in that phase, and more power to them to weather the storm and get there to profitability and continue to providing great products.
Sure.
What about the late 90s one? How did you survive that one?
Whew. We opened up in a marketplace that was ready for craft beer. Philadelphia was serviced by breweries like Stouts. They were early pioneers. The Yuengling Brewery from Pottsville, it was still a differentiated beer. It was something different from, Coors Light. And Philadelphia was at one point during the 80s the number one Coors Light market in the United States. So Philadelphia also has a tremendous culinary scene. It's a very, it's a word I'm looking for, unpretentious one, blackboard menus. So I think we were very fortunate in connecting with the consumers through the restaurants, through the bars, through the places that, were interested in real flavor and real quality. And that's how we survived. It was really about home. It wasn't about any other state or any other place.
Beautiful.
By the way, I think I'm going to steal what Bill said a little bit ago. To paraphrase, I'm not a beer snob. I'm just prioritizing my purchases.
I
enjoy that.
It sounds good when you go home and your wife's looking at your credit card receipts.
I prioritize.
Yeah.
Well, and just to, when you talk about the still buying beer in the economic downturn, and when everything else sucks, it's kind of like, well, we at least can have some good beer around, right? So that's where we spend our money.
Mm-hmm. An affordable luxury.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, who is this? In the chat room writes in. And I had this in my notes, too, about some of your other restaurant ventures. So maybe this can kick it off for us. He asked to speak about the Hop Devil Grill, and what association do you have with that?
Well, that's an interesting question. The brothers that founded the Hop Devil Grill are guys that we do business with in terms of us supplying beer. But the Hop Devil Grill was something that, we kind of advised against having a trademark on Hop Devil, but our advice didn't necessarily fly. So it's a happy coexistence. They buy our beer, and we like what they do there.
I don't understand. You haven't sued them? This is America, Bill.
The lawyer wouldn't take the case, I guess.
This is, it's, like I said, it's a happy coexistence because they are doing good things there. They are supporting our beers, and got a million other things to be doing besides putting a suit on and going to court.
I don't understand.
I'm going to say this about Bill. I really appreciate his candor so far throughout this interview because it's really been it's out on the table. And Bill, we go through some of this with we have a Hop Grenade logo, and I get sent beers with hop grenades on them about every week.
Bill's like, yeah, I'm going to have one out next week.
Yeah. But what I appreciate about Bill's answer is that he didn't say it's okay and it's awesome. He said that there was a recommendation that, come on, that's our name. But he just made the decision to just, all right, fine, we're going to figure out how to coexist. He didn't go on, he didn't say, oh, everything's perfect, it's wonderful. It's just a nice, honest answer like, well, it wasn't how we planned it to happen, but it is what it is, and we're going to deal with it. And I just like that kind of, at least it's a real answer. We don't always get those, Bill. Maybe that's why it's sticking out to me.
It's hard to run away from honesty.
Yeah. Well, we usually get, we get the two spectrums. One is, oh my God, everyone's an asshole and they stole everything from me. Or the other one, oh no, it's perfect. Everything's wonderful. We solved all those problems. And neither one of those things tend to be true. There's always something right in the middle,
Right.
So.
Well, that's, I think, another hallmark of our industry is that, there's a lot of respect, there's a lot of understanding, and we would rather work things out and keep things real and keep things, flowing than disrupt them with the distraction of making one another miserable.
Sure. That being said, I'm sending out a whole slew of cease and desist letters this week. This very week. No, but it's such a pain in the ass. I'll talk about it later, but every time I get another bottle with a hop grenade on it, I'm just like, I got to call some small business, some small brewery,
right,
and just ask politely, hey, I do own it. It's legal. Could we not do this? Is there? And I hate the conversation every time. Because you never know if they're going to go, oops, we didn't know, no problem. Or, we spent $10,000 on this now.
Yeah, they spent money.
What are we going to do? And I hate it. It's not a part. I just don't. I don't enjoy it.
It's not your problem.
It's like the little Trappist label on the beers.
Right.
If it's not Trappist, don't do it.
We fielded the question earlier about, is there a crash on the horizon? Can all these breweries coexist? A couple of years ago, I was there with my team, and we were listening to the names being read off at the Great American Beer Festival, and I have no concern about the creativity of American brewers in terms of making exciting and interesting and differentiated liquids.
Right.
But I almost feel like we're running out of territory with names. There's some obvious, beer drinking is so social that there's like these certain terms and certain names that are just so resonant. They appeal to everybody.
Yeah.
And all of those good options are disappearing rapidly.
And I agree with you entirely. And I think that there is going to have to be some compromise made in that part. But there's some differentiation there. If that particular name is the name of the beer that built your company and continues to pay your employees and build the company, there's a reason to defend it in the marketplace. But when we start to get into things, like, for example, our logo, our company's built on our logo. But I do think there's a point where if it's your seasonal or if it's just something in the lineup, maybe you can share the marketplace. Maybe there is some room for everybody to play with because I think you're right. These names are diminishing,
Yeah, no, I appreciate your perspective on it. It's a good one.
I mean, it does become difficult if somebody wants to put out, Victory Pale Ale made by Acme Brewing Company. Well, then it's a little ridiculous, and you have to be able to say, listen, that's our entire brewery's name. This is ridiculous. Do we even have to argue about this? It's clearly, but sometimes you do anyway. And the whole thing it is going to get messy with the more breweries we have out there, Unfortunately. So.
Well, let's be optimists here. We seem to be very creative in terms of our brewing capabilities. So that creativity, as long as it flows into the naming and branding of beers, we should be okay.
I think you're right. I hope that remains the case for as long as can be.
Yeah. Agreed.
Now, let me ask you this. I did mention, because it's in my notes, that you have other restaurant adventures, or ventures rather, as well. Probably adventures. Are you in the restaurant business also?
If it's a restaurant, it's an adventure. We have a 300-seat operation there at our brewery in Downingtown that we opened up with 144 seats, and we knew virtually nothing about the restaurant business, but we knew it was the only way to profitability, and we knew we could utilize it as a marketing platform for our beers. And over time, we've been able to retain great talent in that restaurant, such that we are looking for other opportunities to have limited retail operations. We got into a partnership situation at the site of the former Spectrum down in South Philly. So where I saw these incredible concerts in my youth is now there is a Victory Beer Hall, a 400-plus seat operation that pours 15 of our drafts, but is operated by another fully capable restaurant company. And it's great because when you're down for a Phillies game or any of the sports teams, we're one of the few venues, the only venue in North America where all of our sports teams are a block walking distance from one another.
Right.
So, it's a great place to safely enjoy some phenomenal craft beer before you go into one of those giant stadiums where craft beer may or may not be appreciated.
Tell me how proud that moment was for you when those doors opened, being your childhood music venue, not to mention probably your favorite sports teams right there. And here's your little Victory Brewing Company blossoming, and you've got a beer hall down there.
That's a great question because it was actually more intimidating than exhilarating.
Oh, really?
It's so small, you know?
Got it. Yeah. You crushed under the weight of all of that.
Yeah, exactly. So, my first concert was there at the Spectrum in 78. Ted Nugent. Terrible Ted.
Nice. Very nice. I think I saw Ted Nugent at Wenty when I was playing. He was on the Vineyard Tour by the time I was watching Ted Nugent. Yeah, sorry.
I think he bagged my groceries this morning.
That's cool. All right. We are running out of time, but I'm told, and our listeners always want this, we haven't done it in a while, but they always ask for it, that you're prepared to give us a victory recipe.
What?
Wow. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about what might be appropriate for your crew. And, you know, I want to give everybody ample time, since it's the height of summer, more or less, to be prepared and have an Imperial Stout when the drinking season is right. So I would like to share with everyone our Storm King recipe. Does that sound good?
Sounds great.
So the Storm King was essentially an amped up version, or a dark version, I should say, of our initial success, Hop Devil. And so we go about it with 77% two-row Pilsner malt, and the 12% two-row Vienna malt gives it that nice substantial body that sustains it through its finish. There's 5% roasted barley in it. And there's 5% Carafa 3. That's an extremely dark roast from the Weiermann maltings in Bamberg.
Okay.
And then we've got a little bit of 1% of Weiermann Cararoma, which is, really nice to give us that, the certain dryness and acrid quality that you would expect in it as well.
Okay. Guys, do we Cararoma?
I've never heard of that.
Me neither.
I have.
That's it. You have,
Yeah,
Doc?
I've heard of it
Okay.
too, yeah.
I don't know this.
You can get it at More Beer, probably one of our sponsors.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I also heard an ad earlier for Keystone Homebrew, guys in our neighborhood, and Jason runs a great shop. I think he could help you out as well.
Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go see him while we're out there, too.
Yeah, I would hope you would. So at that point, then, it's actually only a two-step infusion mash. So we're holding 65C for 45 minutes, 149 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're holding 72C for 30 minutes, 161.
Okay.
And the hopping, which is probably the most important part for a beer like this, is varieties that you would all expect: Centennial, Cascade, and Chinook. It's really heavily loaded on the Cascade, but it's late in it. So the Cascade is 50% of the overall hop bill. We've got 2/3 of it going in early at late at the final 15 minutes, and then we split the remainder for a 5-minute edition right before knockout, and we put the final batch into the hop back itself.
A hop back of it. Okay, nice.
Yeah, so that's something to consider here, because both the Cascade and the Chinook that we use, a portion of them go into the hop back. Centennial is in early. Centennial is 25% of the overall hop bill, and it's in at 60 minutes, 30 minutes, and then 15 minutes.
Okay. And what's the overall IBU of this beer that you're targeting?
The overall IBU is 85.
Okay. Oh, it's pretty big.
It is big, but it's got so much malt, especially when you look at that Vienna, that it's not, it sucks up a lot of hop character.
Okay.
Chinook is 25% of the overall hop bill, and a third of it goes in at 5 minutes before knockout, and then the remainder goes into the hop back itself. So whatever you're running off through, hopefully you can get your whole flowers into there.
Okay. Got it.
And what's the starting gravity of this beer, Bill?
Oh, the starting gravity is 21 degrees Plato. Okay. So what is that? That's 1087.
Yeah, it's right in there.
Nice and big.
Yeah, that's a big one.
So, you use these hops for anything else in the brewery, or just for this beer?
No, actually, those hops are really in play. We're using 2 of them in the Hop Devil, and they've been seeing a lot of play. Yeah,
excellent.
And so fermentation is with an American ale yeast, which ours is actually a derivative of the Narragansett yeast. And we got it from our friends at Old Dominion Brewing Company back when they were in Virginia, and Ron was working there. Very clean fermenting yeast. We target about 18 to 23 million cells per milliliter for pitching. And so when we're filling up a 400-barrel fermenter with our 50-barrel output, we're knocking out at 14 degrees C, or 57, I should say, for the first 4 of those batches, and then we're bumping that up to 59 degrees Fahrenheit for the last 4, and we're holding fermentation at no higher than 62 degrees.
Complex,
slow and low. That's pretty constrained for an ale. Yeah. What's the total time for the 8 batches it takes to fill up that fermenter?
Yeah, the total time that it takes.
Yeah, like
actually, that's
in the first batch and the last batch. You mentioned the temperature.
Our brew house. Mm-hmm. That's not a single brew shift, a single brew day.
I see.
It takes the whole day?
Yeah.
Wow.
8 batches.
That's amazing. JP, I don't see what this has to do with the recipe, but in your questions, you have how big are his balls?
I do?
Yeah. In the email thread about the recipe, you wanted to know how big his balls are. Is that part of... I don't see what that has to do with the recipe.
Oh, that must have been from my other chat. I'm sorry. Sometimes
you answered the wrong email.
Well, I answered the wrong email. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, Bill, don't answer that last question.
Yeah, I don't want to know, Bill. But if,
Cut and paste.
You want to say.
Sometimes we use various displacement tools to measure the gravity.
That must be what JP was getting at.
But see, I knew that.
Grab whatever's handy.
He's about to open a brand new 200-barrel a year, 2,000-barrel a year brewery. His balls are pretty big.
Pretty big, yeah.
Victory's a very old-fashioned brewery. They still use the rule of thumb. You put the thumb in to measure the mash temperature.
Rule of testy. I'm going to test it. That's where the term testing the work comes from. I just want to say what a great question by me to get extra information.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was.
Philadelphia teabag party.
Okay. Well, Bill, listen, you have been awesome, and just a pleasure to talk to you and to taste your beer as well. I can't wait to try more when we get to Philly, not only at BNA 8, but you must be on tap all around the town. So
I think you'll find plenty of the Big Red V, and I wish you safe travels, and I know you're going to have a good time in our great city.
Thank you, sir. There were questions that came through about where to find you, but it looks like not only do you have a where to find our beer on the website, but we mentioned it earlier, you also have a mobile app, right?
That's correct.
And what will people search in the marketplaces for that?
Mobile app.
Victory Beer Finder.
There you go. And one question that's maybe not there is someone did, let me go through here, they were asking about particularly getting a little farther west. Now, of course, we have it here in California, but maybe there's a gap they were talking about. Let's see.
Wasteland.
Do you plan to expand to additional markets? Oh, not west, such as West Virginia.
Yeah, so here's the deal. We built 100,000+ barrel a year brewery. Back to your question about, are we exceeding expectations?
Yeah.
So when we did that, we thought that's as big as we ever needed to be, and we sort of held to that. And obviously we don't have money, just flowing out of our pockets to build new breweries. So since 2010, February of 2010, we've not expanded into any new markets. But now that we've made the leap of faith to build a second brewery, the answer is yes. There are other markets that we will be sending Victory Beer to. So we hope to see Victory Beer in West Virginia because it's such a great, beautiful neighbor of ours.
Great. This is wonderful news for our listeners. Bill Kovaleski, ladies and gentlemen, he's from Victory Brewing Company, and we hope to meet him out there when we're in Philly. You can try his beer at BNA8 or go to victorybeer.com and find out where you can taste it yourself. Bill, thanks so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys.
Cheers. Take care.
Cheers.
There you go. Bill.
Awesome.
Bill's a badass.
Yeah,
he is.
Good guest.
Someone hit the clap
track.
Yeah.
And it's been eliminated. That's a whole other discussion.
The light's still off, I see.
The light is out forever on the clap track. I mean it. I like it. I'm not saying that he gave us like all the trade secrets in the world, but I feel like he just gave us a straight answer every time we needed it.
He also, the recipe thing, he gave it to us like a home brewer.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Have at it.
I like it. And I like the beer. I knew I liked Victory Beer. I've had it at GABF and maybe at an airport here and there, with some stopover. But I didn't realize how much I liked Victory Beer until tonight.
Bill's probably well known in that neck of the woods where they're from, but he's not a household name among the brewing community and on the West Coast too. So it's really cool to hear his perspective and see that he's straight up. He'll tell you whatever he wants.
Based on that, my guess is that Victory's probably a pretty strong supporter of homebrewers out there.
Seems like it.
Homebrew clubs and things like that. So it's good to see dudes like that seeing some success and expanding the brewery and getting farther into the beer world. I love it. All right, I got to take a break. When we come back, it's time for the Brewcaster Challenge Wit Beer Update. Plus, if you hang on right now, at the break, stay tuned, an appearance from the Gay Prince. We haven't heard from him in years.
Wow.
It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
I do not believe my eyes. Welcome back to the studio, the Gay Prince.
Oh, how are you, Justin? You're looking very, very nice, very fit.
What brings you here?
I heard that you wanted to talk about my new favorite place for online ingredients, the Braumeister.
I think you mean the Brewmeister.
I am a German. This is a German word.
But you know that when you type in the website, it's the Brewmeister.
I have a German computer.
And it translates over to...
You're very efficient.
I see. It's the Brewmeister homebrew shop.
I think you're very wrong, and it hurts me deep inside my schnitzel.
Okay. If you're talking about the Brewmeister, they do have two locations, one in Folsom and one in Roseville.
Yeah, their customer service is very, very nice. They have very strong hands. And nice tushies. It's the squeezy tushy.
It's the Brewmeister.
It's the Braumeister,
The Brewmeister. Say it after me. The Brewmeister.
Okay, American. I always shop at the Brewmeister.
Shop Brewmeister today, just like the German Prince, and save with the coupon code BNARMY. Visit shopbrewmeister.com.
Does that have an umlaut?
There's an app on the iPhone for just about everything, including beer. Apps for finding a pint of beer. Apps that look like you're drinking a pint of beer. And now, there's an app for brewing a pint of beer. Introducing BrewPal, the most all-inclusive beer brewing app for professionals and hobbyists that fits in your pocket and goes wherever you do. Recipe formulation that can be imported and exported with a customizable database. Mash and sparge calculations, yeast pitching rates, carbonation tables, and more. Available right now for less coin than a pound of grain. See BrewPal in action at brewpal.info and download it for your iPhone at a special introductory price right now. BrewPal, all the brewing software you need, right in your pocket. Do you know the three most important rules in brewing? Sanitation, sanitation, and sanitation. And no one does it better than 5-Star Chemicals. 5-Star knows sanitation. You can only sanitize clean equipment. And 5-Star knows how to clean, too. For craft brewers and home brewers, 5-Star has what you need to keep your fermenters, serving tanks, kegs, and draft lines sparkling and free of any beer-spoiling bacteria. PBW, caustic, acid cleaners, Star San, SanaClean, lubricants and defoamers, pH stabilizers, and more. 5-Star Chemicals has cleaning supplies, safety supplies, heat exchangers, pumps, hoses, and valves. And 5-Star is proud to offer eco-friendly products that exceed customer expectations. If you have a cleaning problem, you need the 5-Star solution. Visit 5starchemicals.com or call 800-782-7019. 800-782-7019 and get the 5-Star treatment today.
When you hear Blickman Engineering, think innovation, passion, quality, and customer service. Blickman gear is designed by brewers to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge.
Where do you go for all the stuff you need to brew? Homebrewstuff.com, of course. In their Boise, Idaho storefront and warehouse, they have more than 750 craft beers and 8,000 square feet of homebrew products in stock. The staff at Homebrew Stuff are homebrewers themselves. They try out just about everything, including the beer, so they can answer your questions knowledgeably and correctly about brewing, kegging, and anything else you might need to ask. Don't live near the Homebrew Stuff store? Visit homebrewstuff.com online and take advantage of their $7.95 domestic shipping available on most orders. Homebrewstuff.com is a proud sponsor of the AHA, NHC, GABF, and countless other acronyms. So if you're a homebrewer looking for great people, a great selection, and great deals, head to homebrewstuff.com, online or in person. Visit their YouTube channel for loads of free how-to and product videos. All of the stuff you need to brew. homebrewstuff.com.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Hey everybody, it's Moscow here, and these are the Brewing Network's announcements for Monday, June 17. First up this week is an announcement about boobs. It's the Breast Fest, to be exact, presented by Marin Brewing Company and Moylan's Brewery. One of Northern California's premier beer tasting events returns to Fort Mason in the Marina in San Francisco, Saturday, July 13th from 2 to 6 p.m. Come join the Breast Fest to help raise funds for the nonprofit Charlotte Maxwell Complementary Clinic, which supports economically challenged women in their fight against cancer. You can sample beers from over 60 breweries. There will be cider and wine as well. There will be music and food and all the stuff you would expect from a good beer festival. Tickets are $50 in advance and $60 at the door. That includes music, food, unlimited tasting, and a Breastfest commemorative cup. Head to thebreastfest.org for more information. Not thebreastfest.com, that's probably a porn site. Thebreastfest.org. Our friends at Hermitage Brewing Company down in San Jose, California, is proud to announce the release of Magnum, their newest single hop IPA. It's part of their single hop series. Hermitage began producing them in 2011. Since then, they've released 7 single hop IPAs using Galaxy and Sriracha Ace and Simcoe and many others. This beer won gold in 2011 and 2012 in the single hop category at the State Fair Commercial Beer Competition. For this, its newest batch, Hermitage used German Magnum hops. Magnum has proved versatile, adding a clean bitterness to this IPA. Anyway, cheers to Hermitage for sending us some of this great beer, and look for it on a shelf near you. And finally this week, the 2013 Indiana State Fair Brewers Cup is coming up. This competition features both homebrew and professional divisions. 2012's competition had over 1,100 entries. The cutoff for this year is June 29. Make sure you hand carry or ship your entries to Sun King Brewing Company. Indiana professional brewers can compete for the coveted Indiana Champion Brewer Award. While unlimited beer entries are still allowed and encouraged, only 12 entries will count towards the Champion Brewery Award. The first 12 beers listed on your entry form will be the 12 beers that are eligible to score points. Home brewers, they require 3 bottles per entry. Anyway, there's tons more details at brewerscup.org. All right, that's it. That's your announcements for this week. As always, if you want a spot in this segment, you can send announcements over to Scott at thebrewingnetwork.com. And until the next one, it's Scott the Juice saying L'chaim.
888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks to Bill Kovaleski, Victory Brewing Company. I'm a new fan. I'm a new Victory fan.
Do you think
you like that big red V?
Go ahead.
You're going to see the big red V all over Philadelphia. Yeah. I hope so.
Especially if you go to Cafe Risque.
Nothing like a little road V.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
They're not all dude there. You don't see the V.
Little different zip code V. You know? Nobody? Nothing? Nobody knows what road V is?
No.
Oh, come on.
You know what this is? This is a room full of people with girlfriends is what it is.
No.
Bevo's the only one who knows what road V is.
No, I need my microphone turned on. First of all, I am a girl and gross.
You are gross.
She knows.
And second, I may or may not have just X'd out of our chat window.
Part of me wants to train Bevo on how to use the chat room and the phone system again.
That's a red X, not a red V.
But that's just the part of me that enjoys beating my head against a wall.
It was an accident.
If you train her again, then we wouldn't have the random gems that we get from Bevo, and then everyone would get real mad.
Right, you know.
What? Bevo trained now? Not happy!
I was thinking at the break.
It's on Adam Sandler.
Young Abby.
Might be better at this.
Oh, well, there's that. But also, young Abby is going to grow up around radio, which I feel proud of this contribution. She spends more hours in this studio than most people.
Her formative years.
And she's growing up listening to this wonderful radio that we produce.
Quality.
I have high hopes.
Shaped by brilliant minds.
Yes, I have high hopes for the broadcasting skills that this young lady will grow up with.
Bevo, who do you know that has a radio show?
I think she might end up being my protege.
Or the high powered
me on so many levels.
Can you imagine Abby in here every week talking about strippers and pussy?
Oh my gosh!
She's about 7. She can replace her mom.
Or the high powered radio waves going through her brain, giving her that tumor.
Well, there's that too, but whatever. That's everywhere. So
it's not real radio.
It's not a real tumor.
It's a pseudo tumor.
If that young lady goes into broadcasting, I will cry like a baby. I will be my proudest moment. She could be the next Oprah Winfrey.
You think it'd be alive then?
Yeah.
You think they'll have radio then?
Is that a good thing?
Some sort of broadcasting. I don't care.
I can only hope that someday people write into her and call her a no talent ass clown hack.
That's what I'm saying.
They're out there. They
I'm
will.
glad you agree.
In fact, let's have them call in now.
There's no broads in broadcasting.
They're already calling in.
All right, 888-401-BEER if you have questions for us. We're about to get into the Brewcaster Challenge. Ooh. But we did add a new element to the Brewcaster Challenge this time around, and that is through our good friends over at GrogTag. I thought it would be fun if we could create labels for the different contestants' beer. Mostly because it's our chance to make fun of the contestants through naming and labeling their, in this case, wit beers. So, JP, we have uploaded a few. There are, I think, 3 more still being uploaded. So
that's correct.
You only get to vote once for Tasty's beer label and once for Nathan's beer label. And there's a small variety of labels for each, or at least there will be in the next couple of days. So you might not want to, we can send you to the page now, but you might want to hold off on your vote because I'm told that 3 labels, which were submitted late by assholes who don't follow deadlines, will appear in the next couple of days.
Yes.
So you might want to hold on to your vote. But what we've done is gone ahead and us as brewcasters, are our names listed under the each label?
But
so it's anonymous.
Be. They can be if you want, but I figured we should leave them anonymous.
Is good. Yeah,
yes.
because
also, I mixed them all up, and I don't.
Right. I mean, we don't want Bevo to win all the votes, because they're hers, and people think they're going to get a little shot of cleavage if they vote for Bevo.
They're Sam's, actually.
They are Sam, but they're Sam and Bevo's. But
I came up with the premise of, we split them. So Sam did Nathan's, I did Tasty's, and I came up with the premise of what I wanted Tasty's to be. Awesome. But then I made him do all the bitch work because I ain't done that.
I want it to look like a beer label.
Well done.
Okay. Thank you.
Delegated.
Great.
I'm a mom. That's
Those ones aren't up on the page yet, but what is the page? People can go look at what is there now. I reiterate, probably don't vote tonight because there's going to be, because Sam and Bevo's are still going to show up.
There's some pretty good ones.
And they're probably gems.
I want to look at what's up there too.
It is grogtag.com/BNArmy.
Well, that's easy.
And then you'll see it right there. It says there's a little intro about what the contest is all about. And then the pod underneath, it says, Tasty versus Nate.
What do I click to see him? Read more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, and then I can click on each one. Let's see.
And you click on each one individually.
Labels made for Tasty. Oh, I see. And now I see the bottles there.
Those look like professional labels and stuff.
They are.
And they're probably reusable.
They are that as well.
Okay, so one is hello, my name is. Can I click on it and see more?
You can click on it and see it a little. You can see it a little bit clear. So
I need glasses, Bevo.
It's a hello, my name is name tag here. Back
you need readers. You can buy those at Walmart.
Yeah. So it's a hello, my name is name tag, and then on one side it says you know me from, and these are all fields that you can put in individually. So you know me from the ass grab I gave you. Side Boob City.
Oh, and you can check these things up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I slipped you something.
Yeah.
To catch a predator.
Nice.
Or other.
Okay.
And then things I like, you plus me equals it.
Okay.
Baking cookies nude.
Yeah.
Eating cookies nude. You eating cookies nude.
Or other. JP made that one.
How do you know that?
Because
it's hilarious and really awesome.
No, it's so hard to understand.
Was that difficult?
We're still looking for the funny in there.
The references weren't vague enough. It's too
you
obvious.
plus me equals it.
Yeah.
That's why I knew it was you.
Doing it.
Because that's the one that lets me know it's JP.
Well, I'm sorry that you eating cookies nude was too hard for this whole fucking room to get. Sorry.
That one wasn't difficult.
Your mom's not difficult.
I really like the Death Watch wit. That's hella funny.
All right, the next one in there is Tasty's Death Watch wit.
This is a picture of a fossilized person.
And what does this one say, JP?
I don't know. What does it say? It says, let's be honest, a life like this can only go on for so long.
And then, and that's it. I think I can see all the rest of the writing. Death Watch wit. Okay.
Pretty neat looking label.
Let's see. What are the next one we have here? I think Tasty's wit beer. What does the rest of this one say, JP?
You want to borrow my glasses?
Yes.
There are 3 things in life that I need: homebrew, hot chicks, and a whole lot of cookies.
Nice. Very nice. Okay. And the final label, although there will be more, it looks like this one. I wish this was Janet's, and it's got wit beer in a circle with a cross out of it. That's a pretty good label.
That's not bad, right? I really like it.
That's nice. All right, let me go back out, and I'd like to take a look at what was made for Nathan here. Okay. The first one I see, Washed Up Wit.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's fucked up, Nate.
That's awesome.
Washed Up Wit beer, and what does it say underneath, JP? Do we know?
It says Nathan sucks. Washed Up Wit beer. Death metal brewery. Nobody listens to death metal anymore.
That's true.
But I refuse to quit my day job as a suit. Screamo for life, bitches. Fuck you.
I can read now.
You have glasses on.
Yeah,
I have my glasses on.
Jesus, we're all screwed.
I can read the whole thing. It's amazing. I thought I would never read again.
You thought vision was overrated.
It's a miracle.
It's because you're presbyopic.
Wait, I'm white?
I don't know.
It just means you're old and you can't read anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's got rainbows on it.
Justin, you just go out and like thump one of those guys out in the street.
Oh,
yeah, you can't do that.
Wow, you look crazy.
You guys all look amazing. Look at it. Tasty, you don't look amazing. You look like you're
I look
dying.
worse.
Yeah, you look like you're going to die soon. Everybody else, you look great with these glasses on.
Oh, my God.
People, let me see that cleavage. I've never seen it with glasses on.
Do those make my eyes that big?
Just stand up just for a second.
Creeper.
That's all right. You don't have to. I can see it. I see him shaking all the way from over here.
Oh, wow.
I got to get glasses. This is incredible.
You should. It is incredible.
Got crazy nerdy with those glasses on. Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey, I could go play Dungeons and Dragons now, I think.
Come over Monday nights, bro.
I can read the manual.
They're Fendi.
All right, next one is Nate Wit. 12 ounces of wit. Oh, I get instead of nitwit, it's Nate Wit.
Right.
Yeah. So if you look at the necker, the label that goes around the
neck. Wait,
hang
on. I haven't read the other one.
Those are named also. Just telling you.
Why is there a
I
raven?
sure hope you aren't allergic to wheat, bro. Says the raven. And that there's a picture of a raven. And then Nate Wit, cleverly named. Do I have to click it?
No, that's all it is.
Cleverly named. Yeah. That one's JP's too.
Of course it is.
Okay, and then the last one is...
Doc, you didn't even do one, so don't comment.
Yeah, I got 2 days' notice.
Shut your face.
It took 2 seconds to do.
This is like a lunch meat.
You actually got a week to do it, but that's all right.
Actually, no.
Yes,
Masters of Darkness, wit beer.
And it has 2 rainbows that are ass to ass.
That's awesome.
Just like the unicorns.
You know, there's nothing good about this, but I will probably still vote for it.
I kind of like this one.
How do you not vote for 2 unicorns ass to ass?
With the rainbow in the back.
So, if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 for Nate up and 4 for Tasty, but there's still a couple more coming. So
there's still a couple 2-tree, and those should be up tomorrow.
Okay. grogtag.com/BNArmy. You can vote, and at the end, we'll pick a winner. Oh, these glasses are incredible. It's like life through. I can't wait to have sex with glasses on.
No, you don't need to do that.
It's not worth it.
It doesn't make it.
It'll make it's still you.
Well, just make sure you don't take him to the strip club.
No, I would never do. It's like seeing Tasty with glasses on.
Ruin it for
He
yourself.
looks fantastic from afar and in the right light.
Yes.
The very right.
In the mood lighting.
Yeah. So
Just put them on and then take them off midway through. It's like you're a menage a trois. It'd be great.
Oh, I like the... Oh, you've changed.
Yeah, who are you?
I love it. Okay. So, grogtag.com/BNArmy. Over the next few days, we'll get those last ones up. We're not actually doing the tasting. We're off for 2 weeks going to NHC, and then we've got an off week after that. Because I'm going on vacation, I'm not ashamed to say.
Do it.
And when we come back the following week, which I believe
July 8th, I believe.
July
right?
8th, it's a Monday.
Yep.
We're doing the Brewcaster Challenge on that day. And if you want to wait till that day to vote for the labels, that's fine. We'll not only announce the winner between Nathan and Tasty, the much anticipated battle, but we'll announce the winner of the label contest too. All right, guys. So last time we talked to you, you had designed your recipes. Now I assume you've brewed the beer.
That's right.
All right.
Brewed the beer.
Brewed, yeah.
What did you guys brew on the same day? Or close to it?
Was
or even close?
I think so.
A week ago Saturday.
I think I brewed about 3 days before that.
Okay, so
like
this is
middle of the week.
We're very
couple
close.
2-3 days.
Yeah, they're pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a week or 8 days into it. You're probably 11 or something.
Yeah.
Nathan, how did your brew day go? Did you fuck anything up?
No, I didn't fuck anything up, I don't think. We'll
Nothing?
find out.
You
right?
hit your mash temp where you wanted to be?
Oh, yeah.
What was your mash temperature?
It was a step mash, so this being a beer that had a lot of protein content, went for a step mash at 122, 145, and then 165. Did a kind of a slower step between 145 and 165 to let everything convert as much as possible, but that made the brew day a little bit longer than normal, so found myself during the boil sort of wondering what I was going to do.
Oh, really?
And there's always drinking, right?
Or whacking
So
off.
if I screwed anything up, it probably happened from that point forward. But,
Okay, this brings up a valid question, and I would like you to be honest.
'cause normally I'd be adding like a million hop additions, and I found myself with this idle time.
I would like both of you to be honest when this question comes up. Did you end up inebriated during your brew day at all?
I think at the end of the cleanup, I was getting towards that realm, yeah.
Meaning you probably had a nice buzz by the time you were knocking out.
Nah, probably not even that.
Okay, all right. Tasty?
I never drink when I brew.
You don't? Okay. All right, well, so we can take out that variable.
This
in
was
the
a
betting
rare
voice.
exception. Yeah, I usually
worry
don't.
about that.
But this one seemed to be such a long brew day. I had to have something. So
Yeah.
towards the end of the boil.
Okay. So a multi-step mash.
Yeah.
And where did you put the spices in your beer? Are we going to talk about that?
The spices went in at the end, but there's an interesting trick to it, which I'll save for July 8th.
At the end of what? The end of the boil?
At the end of the boil.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but you're withholding a secret.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't mind that. Did you take Doc's advice at all about you like zesting your own?
I did.
Orange peel.
I
and
used
all that?
my own fruit.
You did.
Yes. Which I'd never done before. Which was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about the clouding agent?
I didn't do any clouding agents. No.
Natural clouding.
Natural clouding. Yes.
Just add flour to taste.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could always do that. Yeah.
Well, you usually put a tablespoon of flour at the end of the boil.
Oh, that's where you said to put
To
it
leave
in.
some
Okay.
starch.
It'll leave
Yeah.
starch. It'll leave it cloudy.
Just
Otherwise,
a tablespoon even now.
Or if you know how to brew, you can do it, in the
well,
mash tun.
because the other way, if you're doing a step mash, especially in a protein rest, it's gonna be tough to keep it cloudy.
It might go clean.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
okay. I'll just shake the keg up before I pour a bottle for all you bastards. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll shake them up, then we'll pour them.
All right. And it's now in a more beer conical fermenter.
That's right. More beer, trademark, conical fermenter.
Mm-hmm. Fermenting at what temperature?
Did some fun stuff with the ferment too. I'll give exact temps on July 8th, but I started low, and I like to ramp up Belgian yeasts.
Okay.
But some more aggressively than others. This
Okay.
one not so aggressive, but in researching this strain and not really knowing all that well, and a couple of listeners were very nice to volunteer info to me, which I didn't even ask for, which was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that info and what I thought this strain might be able to take, I did let it ramp up, but maybe not as aggressively as I would with the Saison strain or something like that.
Treat it like a new girlfriend.
Do you have the Hogarden in front of you, Nathan?
I did, but it was delicious, and I drank it.
That was how do you think the Hogarden compares to the beer that you're in the process of brewing? Do you think it's a similar quality, or is it very different?
I think it'll be in that realm versus a couple of the other beers we have on the table. I find Allagash a little bit sweeter. I'm trying to go for something fairly dry, and this seems fairly dry.
The Hogarden, I think, is pretty dry, yeah.
Yeah, it seems pretty dry.
Okay. All right. Nathan, or Tasty, rather. Oh, go ahead.
Can I digress for a minute?
Sure.
So, I haven't had a chance to grandstand about this and have fun with it, but I bombed the Nationals. So I entered 15 beers.
Oh.
And none of them went anywhere.
Right? Oh, you're kidding.
You're fired. Nothing.
None of them?
Zero.
You're fired.
None of them.
Isn't that
right?
standard operating procedure for you, right? And you're the non-constant.
No, but not even.
No,
I didn't
no.
even get past the first round.
He bombs the second round.
Yeah, usually I get one or two into the final game, but
why? My minions have failed me. Usually I know about this right away, so I can rip you.
No.
You didn't know about that?
No.
I got to throw this out on the table so the listeners can have fun with it when I see them in Philly. But yeah, I entered 15 beers and none of them.
Isn't that the maximum?
But
Is it?
I will say this: it was the maximum. Yes.
Yeah.
So listeners that feel bad when their beers score high and they don't place, well, it's happened to me too. It's not the first time. So and it does happen. There were some beers in the low 40s that just didn't. For whatever reason, they don't place, and it's not necessarily poor judging, but it can happen to everybody.
It happens to a lot of things.
Yeah.
Where in the flight you are,
right?
Palate fatigue. It's just so many things.
Exactly,
Nate.
But you might remember one of the beers that I did enter. I also brought to the San Diego Homebrew Fest. It was a beer that you named actually. Dragon Seaman 6300 IPA. Right? So I had all these extra leftover beers that didn't do well at the NHC that I saved in case they went to the second round.
Okay.
I was like, well, let's enter them some local comps. What to see, Just knock myself down a couple notches, and we'll start entering state fairs and stuff.
Go for the bottom.
Exactly. So
you too can win 2 tickets to the next year's fair.
Totally.
And a pig.
I was like, I've never entered the San Mateo Fair. Let's do that one.
Yeah.
I don't live in San Mateo County. I'm not nearly wealthy enough to live in that county, but let's enter some beers in their fair. So Dragon Seaman 6300 IPA turned up best of show.
Wow.
Which is pretty cool. So I brought a bottle of that, you guys.
Did they announce it at the
still a loser, though.
Did they announce it at the county fair as Dragon Seaman?
They didn't. It just came up as 6300 IPA.
Boo.
So on the final sheet. But not only that, but Specialty Saison came up runner-up best of show. So now I'm the asshole who entered the county fair, the county I don't even live in.
And won best in show.
And won best of show and runner-up best of show.
The Bears weren't supposed to because they didn't get out of the first round.
They didn't get out of the first round.
It wasn't like you intended them to do that.
Exactly.
Nathan, has it occurred to you? Now, you won a medal at last year's NHC.
Yes.
Has it occurred to you that as a home brewer, you've jumped the shark?
I have.
Your career is over.
I know, it's done now.
You bombed. You sent 15 beers in. You lost everything. You may have jumped the shark.
I did. See, now I'm like, it's kind of like being the band that used to play arenas, and now I get to play the county fair.
The wine circuit, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
you don't jump right from arena to the county fair. You got to go down that road.
So
I figured I'd cut to the chase.
You play Tahoe.
Yeah.
You play Sonol. So one NHC where you do well. Boy, did you burn fast and bright, Nathan.
I know, man. It's done. I should resign right now. I can take this pen.
I got nothing in last year, too. I got skunked last year.
Yeah.
I didn't make anything through the first round. I had trouble thinking about whether I'm going to do it again next year. You know what? Don't.
Oh, no. I'll keep going, for sure.
Don't listen to Doc. It's over for you. Your life is over.
Don't retire.
What are you going to be? You're going to be David Hasselhoff. You're going to try just one more
right.
Ted
series. You're going to be Ted.
He's huge in Germany.
Exactly. That's my point. And Nate is huge at county fairs.
Exactly.
It's the equivalent of being huge in Germany.
Finland.
It's over, Nate.
It's done.
Give it up.
I'm going to sell all my stainless.
Yeah.
It's going right on Craigslist tomorrow.
Right. I still would like you to do the show, but only so that we can berate you.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't want no more homebrew information from Nate.
Yeah.
He's a has-been.
So you got to cut your hair. You got to
see. That's what I'm saying. Like, so the listener should take my input with a grain of salt. They're like, Nate doesn't know what he's talking about. 0 for 15.
Sounds like washed up wit is a fantastic label.
Exactly. That's why I like that one so much. I think it resonates pretty well. So you guys should all vote for that.
Oh, you poor bastard. You know what I'm most disappointed about? Is that I don't get to fuck with you after awards night about how you didn't win any medals. About how you had all those beers in the first round and not one of them did well in the second round. I don't get to do that.
I got 0.
I wonder if this is makes a good case for having a cap on entry mounts. Because if you had entered 35 beers, you probably would have got 1 or 2 in.
Maybe 1 or 2, you never know.
But now that there's 15...
Well, I used to be for it, now I'm against it.
Right, of course.
Right.
Well, that would have been even worse if you got 35 entries and still skunked.
I've wondered, is it bad practice to enter a beer that you've already won a medal in the same category the following year? Are you allowed to do that, or is it just shady?
Hell, do it all the time.
It won't necessarily hold up that long.
Whatever it takes to win.
I mean, people do the same recipes all the time. The beer.
That was really what I meant. I didn't mean the same beer.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. I mean, Tasty has entered his fruit beer for 100 years until he retired a couple years ago.
Cincinnati.
But basically, since he was a pirate, he had been entering his Dortmunder with fruit added every single year.
3 drops, 2.
I think it's my most winning beer.
And you never remessaged me, just for the record. You went on your tangent about Abby and.
I did.
No, you didn't.
100 times I've done it.
Just like a woman. You didn't get back to me in time.
All right, Tasty, let's hear about your brew day. Were there any particular failures to speak of?
Well, yeah, I did have sort of an energy shortage. I as well...
you took a nap?
My battery ran out.
Your pacemaker slowed down?
I think
the sun set too early.
I did it the hottest day so far this year.
Okay.
So I had to get up early to brew. And when I went to brew, I realized, I hope I have enough propane to do
I hate that.
But I've got propane in the barbecue grill, and I've got a propane tank on my that fires up my hot liquor tank and my mash tun.
Yeah.
Then I have another tank that's for my boil kettle. So I have like 3 tanks going there.
Okay.
So I figured, well, okay, between all three of these, because once I'm done with the mashing and the hot liquor tank, I can move that gas over to the boil kettle. Anyway, so turns out that's pretty much what happened. So I, as well, was going to do a step mash. I did a 122 rest and for like 15 minutes, and then I was shooting to ramp up to 154. But I ran out of gas at 145, so I ended up doing a rest at 145 while I switched tanks.
Got it.
From the barbecue grill. Yeah.
Be nice and dry.
Because I was still...
a short rest.
Still mashing.
Yeah,
short. Just like it's a rest. Yeah. And then I ramped it up to the 154 and let it sit there about 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then I ramped that up to like a mash-off temperature of 165.
Okay.
And otherwise, the hot side... Well, no, I'm sorry. There's still a problem with the hot side. Anyway, that's how the mash went. And then, the boil, it's got like one simple addition at 60 minutes. And I did a 90-minute boil. But 10 minutes for flame out, I ran out of gas. And so instead of hitting my 150 OG, I ended up getting like 148.5. Since there was no late hop additions, it didn't really matter much.
Wait, what were you supposed to be at? 150?
150, ended up at 148.5.
Okay.
And which the only problem with that is I may have like over hopped it a little bit because I had like 20 IBUs of Holler Tower in there.
Which is still a pretty low amount of IBUs
it's
anyway,
low.
right?
Well, for him. It's low, but I mean,
But you think that
148's low too.
Point and a half might...
No, probably not.
Yeah. I mean...
And I thought I'll make that up a little bit by...
I call that a victory in my day.
Not affirming as aggressively or something like that.
Finish.
I call that
That's a
done. Done. Okay.
All right, so that's pretty much how the hot side went. I cooled in about 64.
Now, wait. Oh. Did you, if I recall in talking about the recipe, you were considering not adding your spices to the boil.
That's right.
Yet instead doing teas.
Yeah, I did a little bit of it. I took what I anticipated to be the total spice addition and cut that by half. So I did half of just the coriander and the this was like homebrew supply store coriander.
Okay.
And homebrew supply store bitter orange peel. And just about half the normal amount.
In the end of the
end of the boil. Right.
I like the way you're thinking here. So you calculate it out. All right, this is what I think it's going to be, and then you do half of it there, and then you're just going to make up the rest of it with the tea.
Yeah, on the backside, just get a little bit of base, and
2 drops.
Taste it and see what it needs.
This just thinking about how we're going to bet on these guys here in a little while. I like this approach. Something about it resonates with me because even Doc came in and talked about. You need these fresh spices, which, I don't know how fresh your spices were tasty, but you need the spice flavor, but you need to be careful. And I think this is a nice, careful approach he's taking here by only doing half in the kettle, leaving him room to make any tea he wants to fill out the rest.
You just said tea. Well, this is something that Tasty's really good at in general, which is guiding the process throughout, and not just when fermentation is done. Well, it's done. We'll keg it. You can't change anything. You know better.
I like the fact you put it in the boil and you smell all that great aroma, but that's not going in your beer because you're smelling it.
Okay.
Exactly.
And being able to dial it back in when you didn't already overdo it.
But Nate ground his own fresh orange peel right there that day. I know JP likes that.
Was that a lot of work?
You're feeling like
no,
that
it wasn't too bad.
Little microplane action. Love it.
I got a lemon tree in the yard, so practiced on that first. I didn't use those. And then bought really good, the best citrus you can find, which ain't very good in June, but you can still do it. And then did that as the boil was finishing up. Like 15
Didn't lose any
left.
knuckles?
Yeah.
See,
no.
This is the difference here between the carnivore and the vegetarian. Nate's like, I went out and I found the best oranges I could find.
The best citrus. It was so bright and present.
I zested them with my own penis right there on brew day. And,
that's the special sauce.
And Tasty's like, I went to the homebrew shop and I got some orange peel.
Because they told me to.
You can tell who gives a shit. That's my opinion.
Wait a minute. Now I have an orange tree.
Yeah, you know what?
And you didn't even use the oranges from your
I'm not.
It's not the right time of year, man.
I haven't. That's for phase 2. The orange.
Yeah, I threw that stuff.
right.
It says to throw
I
that
got
in
some
there, so I
oranges.
did.
I threw the orange tree in there.
I took a couple that were already pretty ripe, and I got them setting out, like getting riper and riper.
Okay.
There we go.
So see, there's a little
Also known as
vegetarian.
rot.
Even when they eat these oranges, but the peels are going to be amazing.
Also known as molding on my counter.
Also known as rot.
I'll have to knock the mold off and then go for the zest. What's left?
Justin just likes to say zesting.
So this is Nathan again, and
Hi, Nathan.
So I rode my bike down to the local vegan shop.
Whole Foods, get it right.
It's a nice little shop there. It's called Whole Foods.
Biodiesel powered Volvo or bicycle.
And I went
And
I
Brandon was
said-
in there, and Brandon's so helpful.
Brandon's very helpful. And I said, listen, Brandon, here's what I'm involved in. It's a challenge against another gentleman. He's a carnivore.
He's a meat eater.
And I want to know what advantage I might have. Do you have any oranges that are, I don't know...
I want to compete. I want to make an effort. I want to compete.
I really want this to be the perfect wit.
You know, as a matter of fact, I do. I have some oranges that were like cream of the crop, so to speak. I know the farmer personally. I actually go and pick these up at the farm.
I love you already, Brandon.
In my biodiesel Toyota pickup. It's a 73, but it runs like an 81, you know.
Are you holding them in the back?
I love the list.
There's a lot of steam escaping.
It's a lot of steam, but it's fine. The pipes, we're working on the pipes. But I would love to give you my sack of oranges.
Brandon, as I'm holding the oranges,
yes.
Is there a certain, as I'm cupping their roundness, is there a certain firmness I'm looking for, or should they be a little on the mushy side?
No, absolutely. They should be very firm, but with a slight give. You know, like after you've really blasted your buttocks?
Yes.
Doing squats?
Yes, I do know that.
Just for the last 15 minutes or so, right after you do that, just kind of give them a little pop.
Yes. Oh, like a little slap.
Yeah, just pop it. Just pop the cheek.
It's like a little hit.
Yeah, and then that will tell you that you've really firmed everything up. So I feel like that's how I really grow up my produce.
I love it. Thank you, Brandon.
Have to juggle with them first.
Is that pretty much identical to how it went?
It
Nate?
was. That was, yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's like you guys were there.
Is that organic patchouli that you have on? Because I feel...
See, this is what San Francisco used to be like. That's what's Oakland is like now.
I was going to say down in Rockridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Freaking Berkeley.
All right, so, Tasty, you do still have a plan to use some of the fresh oranges from your yard.
And chamomile, too. I got an Indian store that I'm going to go to get some.
Why would you ruin a good beer like that?
Because it says to.
It won't be a whole lot of it.
Man,
Believe it. Just a little bit of it.
Now, as we're having this discussion, we've been trying some wit beer here in the studio. I had asked Nate if the Hoegaarden we tried, which, by the way, JP, I was pretty hard on Hoegaarden.
It was hard on the Hoegaarden?
It wasn't that bad.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. But this Wittekirk, or whatever it's called, Wittekirk,
Vastenkirkens.
It's shite.
It's too sweet. It's a little sweeter. Well, it's definitely sweeter than the Hoegaarden for sure, but it's a little too sweet for me.
It's called authentic Belgian wheat beer. I don't know about
it. Might be real old. I don't know.
It's also where'd it come from, and it's been it's been warm and
but it is sweet. It's
good
not.
Notes, Doc.
It's like one of those Belgian mass beer, like Jubilee
training wheels.
It's not good. It's not a good beer.
It's not very witty.
No, actually, yeah, you're right. It's not good.
They sell it in cans too.
If Bevo doesn't like it, you know it's bad because
I like BLL.
The bottle has dust on it, so that should tell you.
How about your?
That song?
You know what? Sign. It's been abused more than you have in your childhood.
Wow, it needs therapy. A lot.
Free therapy?
Of free therapy.
It needs to be open.
All right, Tasty, what else? Now you're fermenting. And
right, so I'm... sorry, I cooled in at 64, and then I immediately let it rise to 66, and held it there for about a day. Then I went to 67, and then 2 more days, went to 68. And it's still sitting at 68 now, and it's probably almost done.
Okay.
What was the strain?
I use the WLP 400.
We have equal things there. That'll be cool.
We're on par.
Both using our wonderful sponsor, White Labs Yeast.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a coincidence, or are there...
It's the only one there.
That's what I was going to say. There's not a bunch of wit strains, right?
No.
That's the only White Labs wit strain?
No, they have 2. They have wit 1 and wit 2.
Yeah, that was seasonal, I think, right now, too, but I wasn't going to go there. It seems like it attenuated less and dropped out more, which is not what I wanted.
If you're brewing a wit, use a wit yeast.
Okay.
Trust me on this.
Just go for it.
I've tried different yeast, splitting these.
I was going to use a Saison strain to make it a good beer, but that was...
It would have been a wit.
Okay.
I know, I'm kidding.
Not too late.
What did Brandon say?
No, you have to have a wit strain for the style. This is true, Doc.
No, I've tried to push it. Something was similar, and I had 5 gallons of beer nobody wanted to drink.
Right.
All right, boys. That's the rundown. The next time we hear from these guys about their wits, we'll be tasting them.
Yes, we will.
So I think it's time to cast our votes, our betting votes. Now, keeping in mind that as brewcasters, we can earn points by correctly identifying the winner.
You said rectally.
What do these points get us?
The winner of the whole Brewcaster challenge at the end.
Pride.
They add to that. Plus pride,
right.
bragging rights, anal if you want. No.
That butt plug you always wanted.
The zero gauge?
No. No.
Hell yeah. Inflatable, I'm telling you. It goes from like a 20 gauge to a 0 gauge. It's
I'll
great.
get back to you on what it gets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sidebar.
A lifetime supply of V-neck shirts?
No.
Extra
Sidebar.
low.
I definitely saw an advertisement for a Justin Bieber blow-up doll. We'll talk about that later.
Is that what you want?
That's what she wants.
Hell no.
It would fit well back there in the booth.
All right. We had talked about what the spread might be on this and hadn't actually said it. After listening to the two and knowing the style, originally I felt like Nate had a slight advantage on this. But I'm changing my mind, and we need a consensus about this before we vote, but I think it's an even spread. I think they each have an equal chance to win this challenge.
Well, but everyone has an equal chance, right? What are you basing that on? Like, what are you basing the equal chance on?
Well, first of all, not everyone does, and that's why there's a spread. Like, when we did it, it was 3-2.
Right.
So, because there was not in essence, sure, anybody can win, but the way you have to create a spread is to take into account different advantages and statistics and things like that. But what I'm saying is, Nathan has some secrets up his sleeve that he hasn't given out.
Yes.
Plus, he was using fresh stuff all the way through.
From Brandon.
However, Tasty is going the tincture route, which allows him to really dial in exactly what spice characteristic he wants. So, to me, that kind of evens out that playing field. They both know how to ferment a beer. So, fermentation, I don't think we have to. There's no advantage for either.
Right, I'll give you that.
They both were sober during their brew day, so neither one had a particular disadvantage there. I'm not finding a particular disadvantage which would make me think that anyone has an advantage.
Can I tell you my thought on it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that Nate brews a wider variety of beers.
Okay.
And because he brews a lot of saisons and such, and I think that you can... I think he has more of an advantage in how to put a recipe together than Tasty does necessarily. Because he's brewing
that genre of beer.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The Belgian beer, that genre.
Right. Because he brews a lot of lighter beers. Not obviously not like wit beer light, but the saisons and the pale ales and stuff. Not that Tasty doesn't brew pale ales, but I think he's more known for his darker beers, right? And I think Nate is more known for his kind of lighter European beers.
Now, that's what we discussed in the beginning when we said there might be a slight advantage toward Nate. When we first. So I don't disagree with you on any of those comments. So we can put it to the group. In my opinion, that's what made me feel like Nate initially had an advantage. Now that I've heard this discussion, I feel like it's a level playing field. I wouldn't know what to make the spread. But, Moscow, what do you think, having heard the two opinions, or do you have your own?
I still think we should give a slight edge to Nate.
Okay.
We had originally discussed 6-5 in Nate's favor. I think that's
you still think
the
that's
way to
solid.
go. Yeah.
Doc, what do you think? Any favor here?
Yeah, I'm kind of going with both of these two.
Okay.
Both great brewers, so the process isn't the problem. Maybe having experience with this type of beer.
Mm-hmm.
And I give a slight edge to Nate just because it's more in his realm.
Okay, that's three of you. So that's good enough. It's 6-5. So it does, because it's just a majority rule. So the odds are 6-5 in Nate's favor, meaning if you vote for Tasty to win, you will get more points. If you vote for Nate to win, you get less points, and that's how it goes. All right.
Would it make a difference if I have Vinny help me do the blending?
Oh. Has this already been scheduled?
Would it make a difference? I didn't say it was.
Right.
Well, yeah, because we won't even get to taste it because it won't be out of the barrel for another
once
year.
the spread's down, I'm going to put some money down.
Right.
Smart man.
What do you think, Benny? More orange? Less orange?
Right.
Well, now that's a palate you want on your side.
We did not make a rule that anybody can't go out and get palate assistance once the beer is brewed.
No?
I think it is inherent to the spirit of the competition.
To forget any ringers?
Wasn't that kind of like what you did with Jamil?
Thank you.
No, it is not.
Yes,
when
it
you
is.
cheated?
It is not.
It's exactly right. But thank you, Bevo.
You're welcome.
You agreed to it beforehand.
You're right.
You're not allowed to
right.
go back once you agree to it.
I'm not going back.
You just did.
No.
All right.
Just because I was the bigger man once doesn't mean that you have to...
Once. All right. 6-5 are the odds. Next time we're here, we're going to see the winner. I'll start it out this time. I'll cast my vote.
Well, of course you will.
Please do, because I don't remember how to do it.
Shit. This one is tough. Now that don't forget, we've also discovered that Nathan has jumped the shark.
Yeah, don't vote for me, man. What are you thinking? I'm done. I probably took a
stumbled
dump.
and he's down.
But he is seeking advice from Brandon down at the Whole Foods.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's gay.
Does that mean cool?
And I'm going with Tasty. My man Tasty's going to do it.
Goodness.
You know, he's never let me down yet, and I don't think he's going to.
Unless he dies.
Listen, his record on Can You Brew It? Let's not forget about that. The man was a Can You Brew It master. You like to say that he can't brew different beers, but he rocked those Can You Brew It beers.
Except arrogant bastard.
Of varying styles. Moscow, put me down as Tasty. That's my final vote.
And we're not putting numbers to these votes, right? Like points. Okay.
Well, there will be in the end.
Right.
6-5.
That's right. You're right.
It's 6-5. Okay, Doc.
Well, I'm Nate. Nate all the way.
Going Nate all the way.
Yeah,
You didn't even have to
right,
think
Doc.
about it.
Yeah.
Beaver.
Tasty.
Atta girl. Mosky.
I'm going Tasty.
Okay. Now we got a little competition. And Jipper.
Nate.
Going Nate.
125%.
Is that split down the middle?
That's 6-5.
Can't count.
It is 3. That's 2 votes for Nate, right? That's Doc and JP voting for Nate.
Okay.
These bars count more.
Oh.
They do.
How about that? Nate's the underdog.
Hell yeah.
People like the
From
spread.
the streets of the Dro. Comes the underdog.
I have a feeling Nate's going to be visiting Brandon a lot this week.
Maybe Vinny.
We just lit a fire under his ass.
Yeah, help me fag this up a little bit more. What can we do?
Oh, man.
Need more chamomile or...
Listen, you can never have enough chamomile.
I think you need more bitter orange.
You know, I like the chamomile. It just, it sets me right.
We only sell it in 4-pound packages, but the beauty of it is when you're done brewing with it, you can take the leftovers and make a really killer tea.
It's just a great tea.
It'll
Share
put
it
you
with
right
your
to
friends.
sleep.
Have you ever done that?
It's just great.
All right.
Just some peppermint and a nice fire.
Gentlemen, thank you for the update on the Wit Beer Challenge.
Of course.
When we see your faces next, you'll have beer in front of us, and we'll do the voting.
And
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I've got a little feedback to do. Plus, we're doing the beer news. So we'll wrap things up. 888-401-BEER if you want to call in. I do have to mention Drunk of the Week when we come back, too. Hang in there. It's
That's
the
what
session.
you do.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients, and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writin' Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard to find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same. Just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit austinhomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit austinhomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, austinhomebrew.com.
Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
By popular vote from the Northwest Brewing News, HopTech has been voted the best homebrew shop in Northern California. Serving homebrewers for nearly 30 years in Dublin, California, HopTech carries more than 40 different kinds of hops and more than 60 different grains, malt extract, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts. Open every day except Wednesday or shop online anytime at hoptech.com or call 1-800-DRY-HOPS, 1-800-379-4677. With in-store classes almost every Saturday, huge selection
selection, and a dedicated commitment to their customers, HopTech is one of the longest-running and passionate homebrew stores, period. And now, by popular vote, the best homebrew shop in Northern California.
And don't forget their 15% military discount.
HopTech. Visit today at hoptech.com.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Buddy, better fix that door.
You better get out of my general store.
You sold me one, you can sell me one more.
I ain't gonna sell you no beer no more.
Too drunk to think about it, might as well try. 100 pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye.
But I told you once, I told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man vice.
Left, right, and a right, left. My place.
You can go up a while, but don't be late.
We're going driving on the interstate.
You can take my cross, just close the gate.
Hey, right. Too drunk to think about it, might as well try. There's a million pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye.
Boys be boys, men will be men. Know what you did, don't do it again.
Gonna do it again. Gonna do it again. Hot tonight. I can barely see the street from all the heat rising up. Hey there, officer, what do you know?
You're on the interstate and you're going slow.
I missed my turn. Which way do I go?
Get out of the car. You're going to jail.
No, D-I-T. Don't think about it. Might as well try. Cocaine, Chardonnay, 4th of July.
Walk the line, heel to toe. Tilt your head back and touch your nose.
What?
Walk the line, heel to toe. Tilt your head back and touch your nose.
What?
Walk the line, heel to toe. Tilt your head back and touch your nose. Recite backwards the alphabet.
Up yours, pig. You do that shit. D-I-T. Don't think about it. Might as well try. 100 pretty ladies and they're giving me the eye. Walk the line, heel to toe. Tilt my head back and I touch my nose. Walk the line, heel to toe. Better get far and go, do go. Tell my head back and I touch my nose. Walking in line, heel toe. Tell my head back and I touch my nose.
Put your hand on your hips, follow the pen.
I can't hear you, man. Say it again.
Put your hand on your hips and follow the pen.
I fucked your sister in the back of my van.
Put your hand on your hips and follow the light.
Sir, just want to go home tonight. Leave. Do nothing think about it, might as well try. Cocaine, Chardonnay, 4th of July. I told you once, I told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice. Told you once, told you twice. Drinking and driving is a bad man's vice.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
If only Nate could still rock this hard. Oh, he might.
The joke gets deeper.
He might still have a little fight in his dog, or dog in the fight. I don't forget how it goes.
0 out of 15, bitch.
What? I got this.
Comes up a big no.
Oh, wait.
No,
No,
you
I
can
don't.
still headbang.
I got it. Oh, I dropped the ball.
Like the Sharks in the playoffs. Oh!
Huh?
Nothing?
Hey, rude.
Nothing?
Rude. But super accurate.
All right, once again, I'd like to thank our guest today, Bill Kovaleski from Victory Brewing Company. He was a great guest. I really enjoyed the interview. And, he gave us a recipe, which we don't always get, so I thought that was awesome, too. If you need a way to gather your recipes and get ready for brew day, I highly recommend Beersmith homebrewing software. You can go to beersmith.com and check it out, and he'll give you a free 21-day trial. It works on both platforms, the PC and the Mac, and it's the only one that is completely up to date and as robust as possible. It's on version like 2.1 by now, and it's really just a badass piece of brewing software. I highly recommend.
Doesn't he have the mobile devices up yet?
He does, yeah. You can also get it on your phone or your Kindle or your iPad or your.
He's got the whole recipe cloud thing.
He's got the recipe database, which has thousands upon thousands of recipes.
I'll put my wit beer there.
There you go. Perfect.
If it wins.
Either way. I'll wallow in more loses if it loses.
Go over to beersmith.com right now and check it out. Like I said, free 21-day trial. Brad is going to be at the Brewing Network 8th anniversary party if you want to talk to him about it. He'll also be at NHC, and you can meet him there. He's actually a really nice gentleman, and you'll enjoy talking to him about the software. So check it out, beersmith.com.
Can we talk about the software there at the party, or should we just party with him?
Should probably just party with him, but he does like to talk about the software. I'm going to admit,
because I could corner him and stuff.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
He'll do it. He'll love it. He's into it. Like, whereas I don't really want to talk about the Brewing Network, except when I'm at the Brewing Network. Most people are different about their companies. They enjoy talking about it when they're not at. I don't know how that happens. Anyway, so it'll be a good time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for beer news.
Can we have some?
It's the Brewing Network's Beer News, brought to you by Belgian Beer Me and Bamberg Beer Me Beer Tours.
Well, even the beer news is Pennsylvania-centric this week. The Hammer of Glory, which is the official symbol of Philly Beer Week, has been returned safely after it was stolen at a Beer Week event. Our friend Joe Sixpack, a.k.a. Don Russell, he was on the show a few weeks ago, he reported in his column that it had gone missing as it was being passed around for a photo op at an event called Best of Ale. It was turned in the next day at Frankfurt Hall. That's a German pub restaurant there in Philly. Don was real worried about it. He thought someone threw it into a dumpster. He even filed a police report. Shortly after it was returned, though, he got a phone call, Don did, from the man who claimed to be the one who turned it in. Don's quote was, I think it was some kid. He told me that it was his dumbass friend who stole it and threw it onto I-95, and that's where he retrieved it from. Don thinks that the guy should have to pay for his crime by being condemned to a life of nothing but Coors Light.
Terrible punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Stories like this can unfold in two ways. It always happens that it's just some drunk guy who thought it was a good idea at the moment.
That's weird.
We've all had those moments, some to lesser degrees.
I'm married to that guy.
Exactly. If
you said that.
And I'll tell you, there's not a person in this room and not a listener, and if you do, I'll call you a liar to your face, who hasn't made a poor decision while you've been drinking. Like I said, some of them are to lesser degrees or greater degrees than others. This was just some drunk guy who thought at the moment it was funny to bring the thing. However, sometimes we stick to our guns on that stupid decision, and we're like, F them! I got the hammer now.
I meant to do that.
Still married to that guy.
Look, I drank more than anybody. I deserved that hammer.
Yeah. And it deserved to be thrown out on I-95. I'm happy that this one didn't turn out that way.
It might have been hey guys, look what I got. Holy fuck!
You can't do
God!
Yeah.
Get it out of here! Get it out of here! And that's why it went out on I-95.
I see what you mean. Yeah,
you're right about that, Doc.
Could have gotten ditched right out of the car.
Get it out of here! Get it out of here!
Oh, good call.
Well, luckily it didn't sustain too much damage on I-95. I mean, it is
the golden hammer.
It is a hammer. I wonder how I included a picture of it in the notes there for you, Jay. I wonder how the hell he got it out of the bar. I mean, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
Did you see the size of it?
I saw. It's a giant like sledgehammer.
How do you hide that?
How big's the dude?
Yeah, it is. It's a hammer.
It's really heavy.
But is the guy like Thor? Was he big too?
JP, something inside me senses you might have a different opinion about the hammer being stolen. Is it a big deal?
No, absolutely not. Look, first of all, you filed a police report the same night. It's a hammer, dude.
But they've clearly used it for several years.
Look,
it's part of a tradition.
Sure, and I understand you want to get it back, but also it was all over the internet and all over the craft beer news. Help find the hammer. Really? slow news day, dude? It's fine. It's a hammer. It'll turn up. Don't worry about it.
Well, look, it wasn't even missing for 24 hours. Did the police even take it seriously?
Of course not.
Yeah.
It's a hammer with an
It could have
engraving.
walked away by itself.
It has an engraving.
Well, I didn't know that.
What does it say?
So it's the Philly Beer Week logo is engraved on it. It's not a ball peen hammer like you're picturing. It's like almost a sledgehammer.
Right.
So it's got a big old head on it.
Oh, it's like a Thor hammer. You know, it's
Yeah. I don't know. It's just one of those things that, like, why did it make national beer news? It's super local. It's just some shit got ripped off from a beer fest, and then it got returned 24 hours later. That's not that big of a deal. My socks went missing for longer than that today.
That's my next story.
What was the beer? There's a beer award that disappeared for a long time.
Yeah, it's called the AHA Club of the Year award.
Was that the one they found at some bar?
It's at the Brewing Network.
Yeah.
No,
it was disappeared for 7 years.
No, Doc's right. There was something.
It's the AHA Club of the Year award.
Oh, the original one. You're
the
saying.
Homebrew Club of the Year award. That one in particular. It was gone for like 7 years.
And they found it in some place.
They found it at the 4 Points Sheridan at LAX.
Yes.
Yeah. On the fucking wall there.
Wait, the one we have in our studio?
Yes.
That was missing for that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
When did it turn back up?
A couple years ago. 2-3 years ago. I think it was about 7 years.
But yeah,
it was a couple.
Yeah, it was like, well, and it just showed up in a strange place like the Sheraton.
Yeah.
Strange. That's where it got left by the drunk homebrewer who left it there.
And he couldn't take it on the plane.
I guarantee you the cops weren't called when that shit was discovered stolen.
We brought the trophy ourselves to the NorCal Homebrew Festival a couple years ago. And
let people touch it.
We put it at the booth.
You charged them to touch
If I would have bottled my entries with that thing, I would have been fine.
You might not be washed up.
Exactly.
No, I brought it to NCHF, and we left it at the booth overnight when I went camping. And you know, a lot of clubs go to that, and a lot of clubs aren't exactly stoked about the Brewing Network Club winning.
Mm-hmm. What?
Yeah.
When I woke up the next morning and realized that we had left the trophy at the booth down at the fest grounds, I was fucking terrified that I was going to get down there and it wouldn't be there. And you know what? The upstanding citizens of the NorCal Homebrew Clubs left it be. It was right where I left it. I will never do that again. I genuinely woke up terrified because I just thought, how am I going to go back to Gary Glass at the AHA and go, so about that trophy.
I totally misplaced the trophy, Gary.
I didn't protect the trophy.
Well, also, it would serve Gary right. We still don't have our plaques from the last 2 years of winning.
You're right.
Everyone else does.
I got to get those made this year.
We should hold the trophy
They do
ransom.
Justin, the NorCal trophy, that time when I fell in the ditch when you were driving the Hummer?
Yeah.
Somehow that got home with me.
Yeah.
And I found out later that you're not supposed to take it home.
See, so anyway, so things like this happen all the time in Moscow.
They sent people to get it.
Yeah, but did they call
your house?
It's my house.
Did they call the cops? No, it's a super overreaction. And all the towns, Philly, I'm sure doesn't need to spend police resources looking for a hammer.
They were very
with
upset
an engraving
about
on it.
Well, however, all that media attention did get the hammer back, so you got to give them that.
Sure it did.
Who found it on the side of I-95? Who found that?
Someone who read an article about it. Clearly,
no questions asked.
No,
Wait.
It was the kid.
Nobody was ever arrested for this.
Yeah, no, the kid.
No.
The kid's
his
friend.
stupid friend.
I'm sure it was his friend.
His
it was
friend, yeah, right.
You stole that hammer.
This guy I know.
It was a friend of Sam.
You cracked that bell with this hammer.
All right.
You're going to jail.
You better
What's
give it
next,
up. Give it
Moscow?
up.
After a scheduled settlement hearing, in the U.S. District Court in Lexington, West 6th Brewing Company and Magic Hat have released a joint statement announcing a settlement of their logo dispute. I reported this a couple of segments ago. It was the 6 and the 9 dispute. Yep.
69.
It was issued by Magic Hat's public relations firm in New York. It indicates that there will be no further comment on the matter from either party. An injunction was filed over the Memorial Day weekend, which means the end of the social media smear campaign that was being conducted by West 6 fans and West 6 themselves. It also means that West 6 retracts and apologizes for a listing of statements and assertions that were put forth in some of its internet postings about the case. But this is one of those things that it's like in court when the witness says something and then the judge goes, no, throw that out. Jury, pretend like you never heard it. Yeah. Except they heard it.
Yeah.
I don't like this outcome one bit. I read it earlier this week, and I was alluding to this a little bit when we were talking to Bill about the Hop Devil Grill earlier in the program, in the interview. And I'm happy that the two companies came to a resolution and we don't have to hear a long drawn out battle, and clearly it was something fair. I can't complain about that. That's fantastic. What I don't like is when we have to issue a joint statement that says we will no longer talk about it.
That's what it says.
Which means, by the way, it wasn't perfectly amicable. Or maybe not amicable, but amicable at all. So neither one of us will talk about it. And we retract all of our statements. But the reason that West 6 put out all their statements is because they felt that they were getting the shit end of the stick. And then I just... You know what it does? It just treats us like idiots. I'm not blaming the two brewing companies. It's legalese. It's the way the law works. It's the lawyers saying, look, we're going to come to this agreement, and then you're both going to shut up. So I get it. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it.
What would you have liked to have seen?
I would like to have seen them both come clear and go, you know what? We said a bunch of shit about Magic Hat, and we kind of meant it. But here's what Magic Hat did. They came back and said, okay, you're right. This whole thing got a little out of hand, and this is our solution. Because they're the ones who brought it into the public realm. West 6 is the one who let us know about it. Otherwise, we never would have known about it. So now that I know about it, I kind of want real answers. I don't want the bullshit answer. I don't want the, well, it's all fine now. It's clearly not fine. So tell me why you're retracting your statements. You're the ones who... You made me fucking see your statements. Tell me why you're retracting them. Did Magic Hat actually give you what you want? Because a whole bunch of people supported West 6, signed a petition, and when... don't you think they deserve to know if what they did was effective?
Yeah, basically Magic Hat won.
Or not. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you.
It's a plea down about, hey, shut up. Stop dragging my name through the dirt. I'll stop dragging yours through the dirt. Stop it.
But they recruited a bunch of people to help them, and I think those people deserve to know what happened. And again, I understand it.
Moscow, find that out for us.
I understand why it went down that way, but I just wish there were some answers.
What do you think would have been the best reason that West 6 could have given for their retraction? Say they had just said, well, we're acquiescing here because we felt that we... And
the best reason
we're irrational and jumped to the gun on this.
We said a bunch of shit we didn't mean.
That's not what happened. They actually meant every word they said.
They did.
I think what you're getting at is the best thing that happened is that Magic Hat said, "Okay, we're going to stop this, but what you need to do is retract all your statements, and then you can go on using the logo and everything else." Yeah. And so that's the best outcome. And so they said, "Okay, fine." We'll retract it all. Yes. My problem, and I'm just again, I understand how it works legally.
They're better off saying nothing.
But as a human being with a brain, my problem is, well, now you're the one lying to me, West 6. You're lying to me by saying I retract all my statements. They weren't true. They were actually true. You used them as leverage until Magic Hat gave you what you wanted, and now you go, we'll take it all back.
Right, and they're not fooling anyone. It's very clear that the lawyers made them say I retract all of my statements.
Yeah.
But, it's
They just say they didn't mean it.
But also, social media, people already forgot about it. The fact that this came out, it just kicked everything back up again, because you have a very short shelf life on social media. No one gives a shit anymore.
Well,
and then they bring this back up again.
And you're right, but it kicked it up like for a millisecond, because the fact that their statement is, now we're not going to talk about it, it's gone. Now it's gone. It kicked it up for a millisecond. Now, all of this complaining I'm doing, I guarantee you that the day will come where I'm going to have to do a smear campaign about some brewery who won't let go of my hop grenade.
Oh, let's do it right now.
And then I'll have to come back and go, I take it all back. They weren't actually fucking assholes.
In that example, it would be the opposite. It would be they ran a smear campaign against you.
Yeah.
They took your logo, and you see what I'm saying?
Well, I do, except that if they were not responsive to me saying, listen, here's the trademark, the number, it's federally issued, I own it. If they refuse to do anything about it, rather than spend a fortune on lawyers, the first thing I would do is let all of you know about it, in Radio Land. I would let you know that Brewery Whatever is completely stealing my logo.
We know it's going to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
We know you're going to go off. Can we just practice now?
I can't because it won't be genuine emotion.
Oh, it will be.
But it will be then.
You're already fired up.
But what I'm saying is, in resolution, I'm going to be the guy that I'm complaining about right now. That's my point. Is that I'm going to have to, once they resolve it, I'm going to have to go, all right, I'm sorry that I said that such and such should get fucked in the ass with a broomstick.
Are you, though?
I didn't mean it. It depends on what it takes to get my trademark back.
Well, yeah, you mean it.
Because it'll be the difference between spending money we don't have on a lawyer or doing some stupid agreement.
See, that's when I wish I had a trademark that people wanted to go, because part of me would want to represent myself and just write my own letters, and you'd
lose.
Then you go to trial and you go, look, I've had it for 5 years before they even knew about it.
You'd lose.
It's mine.
Did you register Dr. Homebrew?
The system is complicated in the favor of lawyers. It's complicated for a reason, so that you need representation. You would lose. Unfortunately, God damn it, I want that to be the way it would go, JP, because I would be your biggest Twitter follower during the process.
You should be.
But you'd lose.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know that. You don't know that either.
I do.
Maybe.
There's a slim chance you'd win.
Is your lawyer telling you this?
Right. All right, what else, Mosk?
Technicians at Australian cell phone provider Telstra have announced that they have located the source of a black spot that has been interfering with their mobile network in several neighborhoods. It was a man's beer fridge in his garage. That sounds unbelievable, but the refrigerator was tracked down by software bots that look for these sorts of things and workers wielding special antennas. The fridge's motor was blamed for causing the disturbance, with Telstra engineers saying that an electrical spark that the motor was producing evidently created enough radio frequency noise to, quote, create blackouts on the spectrum that carries our mobile voice calls and internet data.
This just in, the homebrewer lives in Moraga, California, and is a dentist.
Oh, wait, that didn't happen.
I'm just going to say, we have some of those fridges in our garages, I think.
Right.
I definitely
Doc
have
said
one,
about
too.
20 of them.
Telstra's veteran black spot detector, Greg Halley, said that technicians use directional antennas to track the precise location of the disruption. In the past, they have found ATMs and illegal signal boosters and other things that have been the culprits, and there's hundreds of these types of cases each year. It makes you wonder, what does a fridge motor have to be doing to bring down a cellular network?
Right. Well, it's a big motor. It's letting off a lot of spark. More importantly, I wish I was a fly on the wall when the knock on the door came.
Guys in hazmat suits?
Hello? Sir, we have been able to triangulate our black hole in our network to your house. Are you running any large electrical equipment? I got a beer fridge.
Hello, who's this?
It's electrical.
Can we see your beer fridge? Sure. It's my entire garage.
Do you want to have a beer? I made an IPA, but I put socks in it because I ran out of cheesy hops, and it's supposed to be cheesy, right?
Yeah. I spiced it with a little something extra. My dead wife's ashes.
Want to try some?
Why is it that every homebrewer is a redneck? I don't know.
Yeah, really?
I don't know.
They're making that stuff in your bathtub.
The survey that I took, that wasn't the case.
We're worse than the Buffalo Hot Wings commercial or whatever the hell that.
I love that commercial.
You guys, I can tell you'd like it. Yes.
Reminds me of the guy who put the raccoon penis in the beer.
Wasn't that your husband? Oh, that was a homebrewer.
That was a homebrewer.
Blew a raccoon.
In the beer, I meant my butt.
So, what did they do? Did they offer to repair his fridge for him?
I think they just took it away in like a biohazard container.
They can't do that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder what he did with all his beer.
I don't know what to do with my beer now.
I'll just leave it in the spot that the fridge was in.
It's going to get warm. I guess I got a beer.
Better drink it real quick.
You're such assholes.
God made the sun, and the sun don't hurt nothing, does it?
All right, let's do one last one.
All right.
Pressure-preserved hops may be a natural medicine to treat stomach ulcers, according to Pavel Cermak.
Weed's better.
I like Pavel.
He's the head of the microbiology department at Tomeyer Hospital in the Czech Republic. He's also a member of the Prague Research Institute of Brewing and Malting that has proved these effects. Stomach ulcers and other inflammation are caused by bacteria, and their treatment has always been via antibiotics and other drugs, as you would expect. But this form of treatment is not successful in lots of cases, so experts have been looking for other natural, quote-unquote, substances as alternatives, especially plants. Another researcher from the institute said that hops also contain a number of other substances with favorable effects, such as phytoestrogens and antioxidants, which help prevent cancer, potentially. But prepare to be disappointed. The method of ingestion is not beer. It is food supplements that would contain fresh hops.
This is bullshit. That's all I have to say about that.
The government cannot tell me how to take my hops.
Yeah, I will take them the way I've always taken them. That's through a beer.
Well, the problem is that the substances are they're if you dry them, that's no good, or if you dilute them via beer, that's no good. They have to be fresh.
Oh, so we're
my guns, my freedom, my IPA. You can keep the change.
We're going to have to come out with the hop garnish.
So we're going to have to go into the hop garden and just graze.
This sounds like a conspiracy to me.
You can't tell me how to take my health. Hell.
Take my health. I love how everything bad is now the fault of a redneck.
It is. Think about it.
Well, they're the only ones fighting back. Hell.
You know that this study even started because they were like, hey, this whole marijuana thing, it's just too successful. It's working too well. We should try to find something that's
green and leafy and is not pot.
And in the same family, right? Like, it's not far down the road.
It's like a cousin.
That's where it came from. They didn't just out of the blue pick hops. They went, well, shit, its cousin works. Why don't we try the hops and then we can sell it to everybody?
Yeah, it's like you wanted a weed prescription, but you got that, and it wasn't even in a beer.
Yeah, it's like weed junior.
Well, that's what Europeans do. I mean,
here's a pack of old hops.
Wow, your eyes look huge.
You guys look amazing when I put these glasses on.
And you look almost smart.
It's like a 3D movie. Everything's in 3D.
That's weird, right? Well, you wouldn't think that everything would be in 3D in real life. Yeah.
No, when your vision's better,
that's life.
You can see
3D.
more, you have more depth perception.
Somehow you got a propeller hat, and your shorts got hiked up a bit more. And
I feel like I'm 18 again. I want to go bang abroad and finish in 8 seconds. And
hey, Nate.
Smoke
Wedgie?
a pack of GPCs.
Well, you're getting a wedgie for me and Nate.
All right, that's the news brought to you by Belgian Beer Me and Bamberg Beer Me Beer Tours. Follow them on Facebook to check out current and upcoming tours. Belgian Beer Me, BambergBeerMe.com.
Even my hearing is different now.
What?
You know, when you fuck with one sense, your others... Huh?
Now you can't hear shit.
No.
I can't hear a thing!
No, really, though. Do those make my eyes that big when I wear them?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to wear them farther away from my eyes so I look down on them?
And then look like
They are.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys look terrible when the glasses go away. You're all blurry and
focused.
and your color sucks. JP, you look very unhealthy.
I am unhealthy.
Your pallor is,
but your color is a wonderful shade of olive when my glasses are on.
My Mediterranean heritage.
That's his Greekness.
Right.
It's Greekness.
Why is she laughing at you like that?
I don't know.
Because JP said Mediterranean heritage and Doc, the doctor, said his Greekness.
Well, you don't have to be smart to be a doctor.
Hey.
Case in point.
Hi!
Hi.
What?
Hi.
I'm not talking.
You've got mail.
Thick ass.
All right, let's do some feedback. It's going to be an interesting feedback, I'm going to tell you right now.
Buckle in for the ride.
Feedback's brought to you tonight by Moonlight Meadery. You can go to moonlightmeadery.com, and they're a wonderful young meadery taking care of us here at the Brewing Network and you across the country. You can find their mead everywhere. Go to moonlightmeadery.com and check it out. All right, most of the feedback today comes in as a reply to my discussion of whether or not we should keep Drunk of the Week.
I'm sorry, can I clarify that? You didn't say, because I thought you said we're going to remove it altogether.
I did not say that.
Really? Are you sure?
I did not say that.
I'm pretty sure, no, he did not say that.
I did not say that in any way, shape, or form.
That's
What I
amazing.
said was
Quick, Moscow, play the sound. Oh.
Soundboard. The soundboard, however, was unequivocally revoked during last episode.
Oh, we can't play it back.
I merely brought up the suggestion
that you hated it.
That it's not a good segment anymore. It's not producing good radio. It's a waste of not only our time but our listeners' time, and that we should consider not having Drunk of the Week as an official segment. Now, I didn't say we shouldn't take Drunk of the Week calls if they happen to come in and they're interesting and somebody happens to be genuinely drunk.
The listeners have to earn it.
And entertaining enough to win a Drunk of the Week medal. I would be happy to take those phone calls. I would never take away a good drunk phone call.
Yeah.
My opinion was simply that it's becoming difficult to make a segment week after week. And by becoming, I mean it's been that way for over a year. Now, there was a little bit of backlash. However,
a slight bit?
This is the weird part. As usual, I'm fucking right. I anticipated that a very small number of people would be against it, and that a very enormous number of people would think exactly like I do, and that is that we shouldn't force the segment. Turns out I was right. I have identified, I will let you know, exactly 3 people
literally
that don't think Drunk of the Week should go away. 2 of them are listeners, the other one's Doc. All 3 of them the drunkest people I know. But everybody else in the world was fine.
And those 2 people are in the chat room a lot.
Yeah.
They're suddenly gone from the entire internet for the last week.
Oh.
And they're not in the chat room.
Strange.
Yeah, it's real weird.
All right, I'll read you the feedback, and then I will get back to my discussion on whether or not we're doing Drunk of the Week. Here we go. Sent from my iPhone writes in, Dear Fucktards.
He writes in a lot.
By eliminating Drunk of the Week, and by the way, just a warning, I know our language is bad on this show in general, but hang in there for this feedback segment. If there's kids in the car, you're going to want to turn off the radio or put on the headphones. If you're at work, you're going to want to do that. It's about to get gnarly. Dear Fucktards, by eliminating Drunk of the Week, you will be eliminating one of the funniest parts of the fucking show. A part that people look forward to, and a part that these drunk fucks can actually participate in. You should be bitch-slapped for even bringing it up. Sometimes it's not that funny, and you get some boring donkey ball-licking drunks, but all the bullshit that follows that you fucktards say is pretty funny and entertaining. If anything, you should get rid of the gay-ass Twitter games that JP plays. Because let's face it, JP is a Jewish homo. Suck it, JP. Fuck you guys. Save the soundboard. Sent from my iPhone. First of all, JP is not a fucktard.
No. But I am a Jew. No, I'm not a Jew
you're
either.
not a Jew either.
Yeah.
All right, so there's one.
There's some fact-checking required.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the second one is from the same person.
I don't know.
Because I got these both in the feedback email and my personal email. Steve-O writes in. Jay. By the way, this is going to bring up a whole other discussion. Jay, love you as a friend. I truly think of you as a friend, homie. Hope everything turns out for the best for you. I want to point out right now that I've met Steve-O one time.
But he loves you already.
My love homie friend.
Yeah. He hopes everything turns out well for you.
One time. All right. The show has been a little stale, like you said. Did I say the show's been stale?
No.
The show's been a little stale, like you said. But have you ever thought that the stale has come from the hosts? Think about it. Back in the day when you more worried about the information than the radio, you had brewers and all people in the industry showing up uninvited. Why? Not because they were worried about good radio, because they seen the passion in your heart for beer. I can't even get through it without some commentary. Fuck you! Steve-O, you don't even know what you're talking about. You have no idea what has happened over the course of 8 years on the show. People didn't people showed up because we've made a lot of relationships with people in the industry.
Right.
And there was buzz around the show. And the same thing still happens on the program. And I didn't say that we've lost that activity. What I said was that Drunk of the Week has been lackluster and boring. And by the way, I always cared about radio. That's the reason we've been this successful. Is because radio is number 1 and beer is number 2.
Which is why we've upgraded our equipment, we've upgraded our locations,
our guests, our hosts.
And I can't remember the last time, Vinny dropped by just to hang out, because everyone wants to come down from fucking, Santa Rosa to Martinez.
Hang out.
And sit in a fucking bedroom on a Sunday night.
But he knows me, because he's met me once. Here we go.
He loves you, though.
He goes on, I love you, bro. And totally understand this is your life. But I ask you.
It's like you came out to him, and he's like, look, I don't hate you because you're gay. This is your life. I love you, bro.
But I have to ask.
But I have to tell you things.
Because I love you, bro. I totally understand this is your life, but I ask you. By the way, this was sent to feedback, so, Steve, I don't want to hear any bullshit about how you read my shit on the air. But I ask you, try and remember back in the day when you loved beer.
Remember when you loved it?
Oh my God.
It was all about the beer.
You used to get excited about what people were brewing and drinking, etc. Nowadays, that love isn't there, really. It's obvious on air. I'm sorry to say it. You know, I will tell you right now, Steve-O, that if that's the truth, then you're right. I should bail. I should throw in the towel.
There you go.
I love beer now more than ever.
We can't jump the shark on the same show. That's next time.
That would be jumping the shark.
I have no idea what you're talking about, how I used to love beer. I honestly, I've got no fucking clue what you mean. Go back and listen to the 2005 episodes. The first year we were on air, by the way. I will not.
The audio quality is just awesome.
Is anybody good when they... Jesus. Go back, listen to 2005 episodes. I know you'll cringe and say, what horrible radio, but you had brewers showing up at random at your place at the time. You had people volunteering to help you. Bevo's still here every week. Susie's still here every week. Tasty's still here every week. Nathan's still here every week. Fucking Doc's still here every week. I don't have people volunteering to help.
Well, and we got with the BNA 8, the club, not BNA 8, but the club night this year wouldn't have happened without a listener volunteering.
I haven't heard a single person show up at the studio to just hang out in a while. Why?
Once Roger's done building his brewery, I'll bring him by so we can show everyone his ass.
Wasn't Milo here last week?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Showed up randomly.
The same show that this fucking retarded email was written on.
Really, nobody knows how to get here.
But on Mars,
we're in Martinez.
On Mars, the show is delayed, so he's just probably getting it now.
I know you love homebrew, craft beer. I'm not saying that from you. I'm not denying that from you. And like I told Doc, and you better hug him because that guy stuck with you since day one. Not JP, he points out.
What's with the shot to me for no reason at all?
Because you're a dick.
Oh, I'll get to that.
Because I haven't stood by you in 8 years?
Oh, I will get to that.
Yeah.
And like I told Doc, and you better hug him because that guy's stuck by you since day one, not JP. The ass hattery and the passion you had back then, want grot radio. That's how it was written.
It's easy for him to say.
I think he means it was great radio. So don't blame weak callers. Blame weak entertainment. So I'm not to blame the people call. Right. So on the specific segment I was talking about, Drunk of the Week, which is focused on callers calling in drunk, I am not to blame the callers.
That's correct.
I am to blame weak entertainment. Go back to the passion of just beer and of us a little. People who love beer.
What does that even mean?
I love you, Justin. I love you, man. Steve-O.
Someone needs to up their meds. This is no basis in reality at all. It literally isn't.
So.
By the way, he did study psychology and sociology. I just want to point that out.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Not only did I get this message, I got several private messages, all of the same nature.
From the same person.
From the same person. There was only one other person who was against the Drunk of the Week canceling, and that's the guy who lit the hoodie on fire. Spider? Snowcap. No,
Yeah.
Sorry, Spider, not Spider. Snowcap. Awesome photograph.
That was great.
By the way, had you done that on air, you might have won fucking Drunk of the Week, you asshole.
And then we wanted to cancel it.
Yeah, but instead you do it off air like a fucking idiot. Now, Steve-O, there's a couple of things here, and it brings up a broader subject for me that's been bothering me lately. And that is, why is it that as soon as we meet somebody now, we're everybody's best fucking friend? Why is it that if I go to a goddamn homebrew conference for a couple of days and I meet one person and everything's nice, and he meets other listeners, why does everybody go, oh, that's so-and-so. What a great guy. They're so wonderful. That's my best friend, and we're good friends. And what the hell happened to building a relationship?
They feel like they already have that.
They have that. But I've seen you on Facebook, and I know the whole thing. Now, I'm not saying... I get a lot of comments when I meet listeners that they know us, and we don't know them. I don't mean that. That's a part of radio. And the fact that you likely know more about us because we talk about ourselves here on the show than we know about you. I think it's a very natural thing. But to assume that we're bros, that we're best friends, that the greatest, that the person you've spent 6 hours with is the greatest human being you've ever met, is a fucked up part of what we do right now socially. And I think that has to do with social media.
Absolutely.
And I think it has to do with shallow relationships. And I'm going to be honest with you folks right now. I don't have a lot of friends. I really don't. I have a shitload of acquaintances, but the people that I give a fuck about are people that have spent a lot of time building trust and a relationship, and I know that their character is actually solid, and that I could take what they say to me, not with a grain of salt, but as fact. I mean, these are the people that I can say, I love you, bro. You don't fucking know me, Steve-O. And I'll give you another example of how you don't know me, Steve-O. JP has been on this program since nearly the beginning. He has spent more hours in this studio than anybody on the program except for myself. He puts his time in here. He puts his energy. He takes shit from you people. If you knew me at all, if you were my bro, you would know that you don't say shit about my bros. You don't go talking about them in a serious way that they're the ones bringing shit down. If you fucking knew me, you'd know to keep your goddamn mouth shut. You don't talk about my bro like that. So fuck you, Steve-O. Don't talk about JP on social media and anything else. I don't mind when people talk about our character on the show, and if you don't like, JP's negative attitude and this and that, but he's here for a goddamn reason, so don't send me some private message like you're my bro telling me about how JP isn't good for the program.
Or that I don't have your back.
Oh, that you don't have my back. Retarded. Or that... this is what bothers me. It just got taken to a whole new level where people think that they know what the hell's happening around here, and they don't. Now, luckily, it was only a couple of people. The vast majority of the world understands that the Drunk of the Week segment is shit, and it's been shit for a long time. And anybody who's really getting up in arms about getting rid of that, girlfriend, you got priority issues. And I don't even want to deal with those priority issues.
You sure?
Now, I'm happy to take a good, funny, drunk phone call, and if you've earned it, I'll give you Drunk of the Week for it. But for me to sit here and it was ridiculous to me what ensued with a couple of people just going nuts after the program about me considering canceling Drunk of the Week. And when you went off into personal attacks about people who have made this program what it is, fuck you.
Well, and that's what it was. You were considering doing it, and these people rose up and gave a bunch of drunk shit, which is the reason why you were considering getting rid of it in the first place. They proved your point.
They did.
It's terrible. And there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger in people who do that.
And now you've given it to me.
Yeah.
Now I thought I could end therapy sometime soon. Now I got to go through free therapy for another month.
I thought this was JP. I was writing up a bill for you.
All right, let's go to the phones. Casey, I got more feedback, by the way, but...
I need therapy now because of that shit. Oh, my fucking God.
He laid it off on us.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Doc inherited the negativeness.
I've always encouraged criticism about the show and the ideas that we're doing here. That's fine. But people, don't tell me that you're my bro and then talk about my actual bros. And people at large, will you please take a look at your criteria for what you call people friends? I mean, why are we all family now after 5 minutes? I just want you to think about it. That's all. I want you to spend a little time and go, do I really know that person that I'm now saying is the best person on the planet and they're my bro? And get to know each other. Spend a little time together.
But why? I can see what you're doing in my feed.
So
there's no need for that.
Drives me nuts.
I'm pretty sure that this needs to end up on some kind of a feelings calendar.
This is like a whole new feelings calendar.
This is a feelings month.
It's a rage calendar.
It's like a feelings comet.
I think this needs to end.
You need
Doc's
to end.
like sitting here, skin's crawling.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care.
This shit.
Doc, you're part of... You encouraged this, Steve-O. You're just...
Stop it. I'm not buying into this.
Well, I don't know. I got my eye on you.
Doc's good at deflecting. That was real good.
No.
You're one of these guys.
Doc is Switzerland.
No.
Everybody's my bro.
No.
Oh, I met you. You're my bro. We're bros.
You get it wrong. I am the most awesome person they've ever met.
So you are actually their bro.
Exactly.
They're not wrong about you.
And I'm good about that.
All right.
I like that.
All right, let's go to...
I just don't like...
Casey's on line one. He hates Drunk of the Week. Casey, go ahead, please.
Hey, best friends. I wanted to agree with getting rid of Drunk of the Week. And to show my support, I am revoking my win of Drunken Week. I think that my Drunk of the Week was very shitty, but
Well, don't make my life more difficult.
I want to get the soundboard back with Moscow. I thought that was pretty badass. I mean, personally, I
You
like
can't
it.
trade one bad thing for another.
You're also one of 3 people who wants the soundboard back. There are 3 people who like Drunk of the Week and 3 people who like the soundboard.
Okay, I don't
They're
care.
the same person.
It's not the soundboard part. I just want to see Moscow smile again.
Moscow's not a happy young man.
No, he's got that.
You almost called him a Jew.
It's not sad. It's not happy.
I did not. I will get to that in a minute also. All right, Casey,
stoic.
thank you for your support of canceling
He's very
Drunk of the
stoic.
Week.
It's a little sad, actually. Kind of looks like you kicked his puppy in the balls.
Yeah.
Well, so
he thought it was real radio.
So you strangled his puppy with a kitten.
Now, Moscow knew going into it that the soundboard was an experiment. You know, a lot of things happen off the air that people don't know about. Moscow brought up the soundboard years ago when we were doing the FM show, and I vetoed it. I said, it's not my thing. I don't like it. And
I think we even tried it a couple times.
A little bit, but I
You would've learned
I
by
didn't
now.
give it much of I went in predisposed to not liking it, and I didn't give it much effort. And he made an argument for it, and I said, yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's not my thing. I don't want it. Well, it came up again later, and he said, I really think I can help. And I know he was actually recording things that you guys were saying here on the show, and I thought, well, you know, we're gonna do it again. And so Moscow knew going in that it was an experiment. Well, when this Drunk of the Week thing got posted on the forum, and you can go read it there. By the way, this is not like the normal thing where I'm responding to a whole bunch of negative feedback. It's like one person in the forum, or 2 people wrote this, and the rest of the people who responded to the Drunk of the Week thread feel exactly the same way I do, which is call in drunk if you're funny, and if you win,
That's the other side of it.
If you win it, great.
Call in. The phones are open now to everybody.
I would never cancel you drunks from being able to call in. I just not going to make a whole segment out of it. And, well, it ended up coming up that there were a lot of not just people who weren't fans of the soundboard, but were personally attacking Moscow about like. The thing is, though, that's kind of been going on for years. Like, all of us have had to really take our fair share of personal attacks.
Oh, yeah.
I don't actually consider them personal attacks, but my skin's a little thicker than most. But a lot of people are like, yeah, you fucking retard. Why did you do this? And it happens to me about twice a week with, why is the new episode not available? You fucking asshat. A lot of them, they do get personal in the sense they go, how can you even run a successful company? You can't even get a website up to date. You can't even, you'd be surprised at the things. But I could give a shit because these people, I don't know them. And they have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. Well, Moscow, I think this might be a little bit of his first exposure to that kind of real personal attack. Welcome
to the club.
In a sense, welcome to the club. I have to admit that what I found amusing is in Moscow's response in the thread, he's like bringing up Palestine and the Jews, and it's a Drunk of the Week conversation, and he's like, well, this is like when the Jews are persecuted. And
no, that's not what I said.
Should we read it?
Yeah,
I agree with you that
Go
it's
ahead
not.
and read it.
No,
It's probably on the soundboard.
Moscow, I'm not saying I'm right, so I'm not saying we should read it to prove me right. I'm paraphrasing clearly, but there was a whole thing that I just felt like, wait a minute, aren't we talking about a soundboard here? And now we're talking about Palestine?
It was his first public, I think, really big reaction to getting shit on.
I see.
And it will happen again. It will happen again.
It's going to happen
It's
again,
happened to me for
Moscow.
8 years, and it fucking sucks, but I love doing what I'm doing. So
I thought about reading the forum the other day, but I didn't do it.
Don't ever do it. Don't ever do it.
I've actually never read the forum.
Actually, that's not true. It's not terrible.
Yeah.
It's great. It's full of a lot of great information, and most of the people are great. But
There can be
there's
some great stuff
There's
there,
that
for
one fucking bad apple that just likes to shit on everybody.
But who cares is kind of my point.
Right.
But,
right.
And this is what I want to say to you, Moscow, is that this is not the consensus. And the forum is never the consensus. And I definitely think that you shouldn't take it so much to heart. And are they personal attacks? Yes. But you don't know these people. Who gives a shit?
It's tough behind the keyboard kind of garbage. I mean, it's just typical for a forum.
Yeah, I shouldn't take it personally. Why wouldn't I?
Because you don't know these people. Who cares?
It doesn't matter if
Who
I
cares
know
what they
them or
think?
not.
Who cares what they think?
I do.
Why?
Sorry, why wouldn't I?
Because you don't know. They have no effect on your life. They have no effect on your
that's
outlook
not true.
on life.
Yes, they do.
Why? Don't let them.
Well, because
Don't
this
let
is
them.
my day job.
It's like blood in the water. They smell it, and they're just going to jump back on it. You can't let them do that to you. I'll tell you who matters in your day job is the people who keep you at your day job. And if it was all that bad, you wouldn't have a day job. These people, they don't, The guys who are going to send you the one email personally attacking you?
Yeah, well, that's a whole other element, too, which is the people at the day job. I got zero support from everybody in this room, too. So that's an element of it, too. Like, maybe it wouldn't have been as bad if there was some support from the
Yeah, but nobody liked the soundboard.
Yeah, okay, well, you just restated what I said in a different sentence.
Well,
no, actually, I said I liked the soundboard.
Yeah.
But that would have been false support. Nobody was personally attacking you here. We just didn't like the soundboard. No. And you don't want false support. You don't want someone to go, well, they're beating Moscow down, so I like the soundboard. If they think that genuinely that's bad radio, you don't want us to do that.
Well, it's confusing to me then, because then I don't know you guys. Honestly, like, if you have that opinion about something that it's inconceivable that would be something that there's just it's a zero. Like then I don't know you. I don't.
Well, but that's like nobody likes JP, and he's been here for years.
Right, I've been here for.
No, that's not what I meant. JP has flopped joke after flop joke, and nobody laughs at them when they're not funny. We look at them and we make fun of them. We tell them how retarded that joke was, and it's really the equivalent. If we don't like the soundboard, we should say that to you, and it's not a personal attack, and it's not that you don't know us.
You
either.
Not liking the soundboard is not a personal attack.
No.
No. What I got via email that was personal attacks was personal attacks. I make a distinction between criticism and personal attack.
And I'm not disagreeing with you on that front. I guess all I'm saying is I've seen those things happen for years, and I think most of the people that write them, they don't even think they're personal attacks, even though clearly they are. I'm not arguing with you about whether they're...
They're just trying to be in on the joke like we are in the studio.
Right. Sometimes they are just clearly malicious, too.
We'll have a talk about how to handle people because it will never go away.
Now,
you have to come to terms with it.
I think what should be overwhelming to you and the rest of us about the forum thread is that it actually was all in support of our ideas, minus the soundboard. Nobody was in support of the soundboard. But that's okay. It's just an idea that we tried. And the best thing that you said in your response, Moscow, was, you know what you should be ashamed or worried about is the day we stop trying new ideas. Yes. And the day that we stop putting out a new game or the new soundboard or the new whatever, the new song. That's the day you should be worried about us, because then it means we don't give a shit. And Mosk, I think that people supported you about that, and I think you couldn't have been more concise or right about the sentiment. I think that also explained your unemotional view of the situation, which is that we gave the soundboard a go. It's not a fit for a show. No fucking big deal. The point is good radio. And I know that you feel that way. However, when you're fielding personal attacks and jizz on your face in JP's case, it's hard to weave that stuff when it's all coming down at once.
And also dye your hair.
But normally, I've come on the program and just defended and just gone, look, you guys all got to take it and you got to shut your mouths. But in this case, the listeners kind of pissed me off too. And by the listeners, I mean the two people.
Right.
So there's two people. The rest of you were like, yep.
Okay.
I'll go through the rest of the feedback now, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Justin, do you talk this much in therapy?
Shut up.
Because I'm thinking free ain't it.
We have a phone call.
Yeah.
Double.
It's an international call.
Oh.
There's a lot of anger in this room right now, and
I'll take it.
There's a listener who wants to sue this.
Looks like Blobberglop wants to sing us a song. Hi, Blobby.
Hi, Justin. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. Would you like to sing us a soothing song to settle the emotions in the room?
I think that's appropriate, isn't it? Because there's a lot of feelings.
I do think it is appropriate. Do you mind if I put my glasses on so I have a new view on life?
Yeah, I think that would be a very good idea.
Thank you. Let's do it now, please.
Okay, so I want to, first of all, I want to help you all in understanding that, I don't know what I'm saying here, but
just sing the fucking song, Blobber.
Are you angry, Justin?
We should cancel all of Blobber's introductions. Get rid of them all and just go right to the meat and potatoes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to resurrect guest Blobber's song, and also I love you all, and
thank you.
And I understand, and I don't know what's going on, but anyways, I know there's a lot of hate going on right now.
But I understand.
Yeah, I love it. See, Moscow, this is what I expect from you.
Need to sing a song
I expect for you to be vague and misunderstanding, yet understanding. And when you can do that, Moscow, you've really landed.
No. You gotta get used to wearing glasses. Right in the middle of your point, you take them off.
And when you do that, Moscow,
when you do that, Moscow, off with the glasses gesture.
Yeah, it's like
you've landed.
Like that Hitler video when he takes the glasses off and everybody waits for his next response.
I like it. That's another reason for me to get glasses. Blobber, go ahead, please.
Okay, so and if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew,
is this the song?
You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say,
"It's a Golden Girl."
Oh man,
is it?
Thank you for being a friend. Yes, thank you for being a friend.
Come on, how do you not know that?
No, thank you for being a friend. Now, listen to me,
is that
Justin. Now, thank you for being a friend. Now, yeah, thank you.
You're not friends.
Yeah, I don't know you.
Fuck you in the eye.
I've met you, 8 or 9 times?
Thank you for being a friend.
Everybody. Didn't one of these broads die recently?
I think all of them are dead now.
Oh no, Betty White's still alive.
That a girl.
Can we do this song of being an 8? It's the easy bass line.
Yeah.
Do.
If you threw
I sing it?
Sing it, Blobby.
Oh, I will.
I only know the chorus.
All right. All right. Thank you, Blobber. You've lightened the mood.
No problem, man.
See you at NHC, my brother.
I will do, and love you.
Love you. Yeah, I do love Bevo. I do love Bevo and Blobber.
Thank you for buying the pins.
Isn't that Terrence's favorite show?
Yes.
I was out of them last night.
I don't think I should wear these glasses because it's worse. My vision is worse when I take them off.
That's the problem with glasses.
They don't take them off.
They're a crutch.
All right, Bob writes in, what up, bitches?
Bob.
Longtime podcast listener. Can never catch live shows, blah, blah, blah. Love hearing Drunk of the Week calls, but lately they've been shitty. Last few years, really. Occasionally you'll get a good one, like someone talking about their dead dog in a BJ, or something like that. I agree with this guy. And I have to listen to 10 boring ones to get to it. So I like the idea of we'll accept drunk calls, but no Drunk of the Week idea. Suck it, JP from Bob. There's a man who listened to what I said on the last show.
He was the only one. The only one.
Cranny writes in, the way I see it, there are a couple options for what to do about Drunk of the Week. Have Bevo actually screen calls. Don't just say who is on which line, but find out if the caller has something interesting to say.
How about you should shuck my balls?
Theoretically, that will eliminate the, hey, hello, hi. Hello. Phone call responses. But let's face it, Bevo has trouble getting who is on which line correct. So that leaves option number 2. Get rid of that piece of shit segment. Cheers from Karani. A good assessment of our talents here in the studio, Granny.
Tranny's stupid. And I don't know if his name was actually Tranny, but that's what I heard.
It's Cranny, not
whatever. It's Tranny now, and he can still suck my balls.
It's okay. You're not friends.
We're not friends.
You're not friends.
And if we are friends on Facebook, I'm unfriending you.
Everybody's got a best friend that they never met. It's ridiculous.
Then we would never have gotten. Who's this?
Stefan writes in.
Stefan.
Give Drunk of the Week the axe. All your points were valid, Justin. Despite all the shit we give Moscow, he's done well in producing some entertaining segments, such as Brews Line and Beer News. I'm sure you guys will think of something good to replace Drunk of the Week. Maybe just give Doc a page full of tongue twisters at the end of the show. That should be sufficient.
You don't even have to give him a tongue twister.
He doesn't trip over his words enough normally.
You know what? I'm going to take that personally. As a jab.
All right. Jimmy writes in, my vote is to kill off Drunk of the Week. Thank you, from Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy. That's Jimmy Orkin, by the way. Concise, clear, and to the point.
Not a boy, Jimmy. All right, Chris from Newport, Oregon writes in, I'm going to do something no one else has done. Complain. But not about the brewcasters, rather the listeners that are getting butthurt over the Drunk of the Week dilemma. I agree with ending it. 99% of the time, I'd rather blowtorch my nipples off than listen to the callers.
But that 1% of the time.
Yeah, he's like, I'll keep my nipples.
Oh, that was a mistake.
Full regret.
Oh, shit!
I wish I didn't do that.
Norma, call the cops.
Yeah.
I need to go away. Oh,
boy. You have to go pretty far back in the archive before you can find good, consistent Drunk of the Week material. Also, everyone trying to rip JP apart with negativity need to lay off. He's a very fragile flower that requires all of our love.
Wow.
I take offense to that.
After last week's show, I have decided to become a recurring donor. Once I create a PayPal account this week. Love you guys, and thanks for what you've done. Sent for my drunken fingers, Chris from Newport.
You don't love us. You don't even know us.
You don't even know me.
You can't create a PayPal account.
You can't hate JP when you don't know him. Get to know him.
And then hate him.
You know what's going to happen is people are going to come up to me and they're going to talk. They're going to go, they're going to bring up some bullshit like, oh, now we're not allowed to be friends. Now.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm just going to have to go, come on. Why don't you listen to what I said? I'm happy to meet all of you. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying spend a little time with people before you decide if they're your fucking bro.
Or then it's going to be like, hey, do you want to hang out? Because I really want to get to know you.
Well, all of a sudden you're going to be somebody's godfather and you get this kid on your doorstep because their dad died.
Yeah, and the kid is half black and you hardly even know the dad.
They don't get as much money, but they'll get some money.
Yeah. Next time you want to cancel a segment, don't do it right before NHC. You're going to get a chance to talk about this all week next week.
I know.
Oh, good point.
And I'm telling you, my aunt... Go ahead, Tasty.
Just another take on it. When I see all my buddies in NHC, I'm your bro. Okay?
Exactly.
Bullshit.
Let's start there.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
For sure.
Just so we were clear, I never liked any of you in the first place.
I'm with Tasty. Everybody there is my bro. We're going to work down from there.
They're your bros.
Start on the high.
They're your
Start on the
bros.
high, exactly.
They're your bros there. But they don't stalk you on Facebook and send you drunken messages 6-8 times a day.
No, they do.
They don't do that.
I get those a lot.
Hey, Justin, if you sort of just kind of ran into Bono on the street down there, in
not my bro.
Bono is no bro.
You wouldn't tell him everything about him?
KTG brought this up to me because she was the one who was kind of pointing out, people listen to you on the show and they know you even if you don't know them. And I did stop and think about it for a second, but I know that as a part of radio. But here's my answer. Fuck no. I would never presume to actually know somebody. I know the songs he's written. I know the articles he's been quoting in. I don't know anything about what he does with his free time. I don't know how he is with his family. I don't know how he is.
I forgot.
I would never presume to be his bro. Would I tell him I'm his biggest fan and I know a lot about him? You bet your ass.
Okay.
Thank you, Justin.
But it doesn't have to be with the, yes, I do know you. It's how you think you do.
Right, but then I got to get these things like, I love you like a bro. You should think about how you used to be.
Are we going there again?
Because you're asking me to. You're not. You're mixing up my words.
No, what I'm saying is, it's from their point. Everybody does know us really well.
I'm fine with that. Okay. I said I'm fine with that. And in fact, I love hanging out with those people and talking about the things we have in common.
Yes.
But I'm not going to go away and say that dude's the greatest guy I've ever met. I'm tired of people doing that. Like, oh, they're so wonderful. No, you don't know. I don't know them.
But you can't do it that way, but they can do it the other way.
They can't. I might go home and beat the shit out of KTG. Nobody knows that. They don't know that about me. I might beat the crap out of her. I could be the worst person they've ever met.
If you don't already, you should think about it.
Hey, Kate, it's coming.
Right. Especially after tonight.
And so am I.
All right, I got a couple more. Whitbox writes in, you asshats want gems and some calls to shoot a bunch of guns. Which was the best of almost any Drunk of the Week. And the very next show, your vages start leaking and gunplay gets eliminated. Fuck you guys and your flip-flop bullshit. Telling some guy to piss on his wife while she sleeps is okay, and shooting guns is crossing the line. Figure out what you want and stop this California pussy-ass nanny networks bullshit. Fucking unreal, little bitches.
Nanny networks.
Was I absent that week? I must have been.
He does make a good point in this email. I have no comment.
Well, I don't remember it going down that way. I remember going, we didn't say don't shoot guns, but you got to be safe about it, and we're worried about it.
No, we pretty much
I was absent that way.
Essentially, a listener wrote an email concerned, and I thought they made a valid point. We had a Drunk of the Week where someone shot off a shotgun, and we thought it was the best thing ever.
It was.
And during the week, I got a personal email from a listener that said, hey, I wonder, and it was a very nice email, I wonder if you guys should question the safety of encouraging your listeners while they're inebriated to be handling firearms. And and I thought it was a valid point. Yeah. I mean, when you go to the shooting range, you're not drunk.
and
there's
high as a motherfucker.
And there's 100 different safety laws that you have to follow.
Yeah.
And firearms. So I genuinely thought the person had a good point, and we came back and we didn't retract drunk of the week or anything from the person because it was still funny. In fact, we said, I'm sorry, it was still funny. But I thought, you're right. I probably, in my position, should not be encouraging people to get drunk and handle firearms.
Well, then you're a pussy, apparently.
Oh, what a California...
and then a couple weeks later, I asked somebody to piss on their wife. But that's safe. I mean, it's
right.
Sterile. It's fine.
He wasn't holding the shotgun.
Yes, it was.
Well,
he might have been.
Maybe he was.
You don't know.
Or she went and held still for him to piss on her.
I don't even remember the context of why I would ask someone to piss on their wife, but I'm proud of myself for doing
I don't
it.
think you did.
I probably did.
I don't think it was you.
I seem to remember this coming up a few times, and we've stopped people from firing weapons.
Right.
A couple of times during Drunk of the Week calls.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. Firing weapons is good.
Probably not a good idea.
I feel like this is the flashback show in Golden Girls when they go back to all the memorable moments, and we're having to reflect on the different Drunk of the Week calls.
They're Golden Girls, and they don't remember.
Are we about to die or something?
Back?
Yeah.
Those are those throwaway shows where they're all sitting in one room. Remember the time, and then you just go to the flashback.
Yes.
So it takes an hour to shoot, and then everyone has the day off.
So I figured everyone was on vacation.
Can
that
we
week,
do that?
honestly.
We can need to do that.
We're on vacation right now.
We'll need the soundboard back.
All right, one more. Your mom writes in, sure,
Your mom.
Sure, cancel it. I agree with all your criticisms. You, Jay, said you were thinking about this from the viewer's perspective, but consider replacing the segment with another that allows the casters to have free reign, to do or say whatever they want. I think that's what's been fucking happening for the last 45 minutes.
Well, not mostly you.
That's fine. That's what he means by the Brewcasters. He means me. You may be focusing too much on the caller's specific contributions during Drunk of the Week. Consider all the gems that you've gotten from Tasty and Doc during even bad calls. Scott's gems are great, but don't allow for the free-reined ass hattery. Do the inherent game structure. I don't know what he's talking about now. We need a new wide-open segment that really allows for unscripted content. If you break it down, unscripted content that is actually genuine is by far the best and strongest point of differentiation between you and ordinary radio. What about a bi-weekly talent show from callers that eliminate the how's it going banter? Shut up and get on the tricycle, fucker.
We've tried that with the asking for song submissions or anything, and we don't get anything except for Sugar Valley Brewer.
Well, he does make a point about live content. And that's the calls brought that to the table.
Of course.
They were declining in value.
But I'm not eliminating that portion.
Exactly.
Right.
That's still on the table.
Calls are still relevant.
Notice we haven't had a single call.
We had one, and he just wanted clarification because he was a first-time listener.
Yeah.
First-time live listener, and he was like, so I can't call in drunk? And I was like, no. On a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you? And he said he was a 6, and I said, good. Pound a couple beers and call me back when you're an 8.
Not a girl, Bevo. Look at her screening phone calls.
Yeah, so suck my balls!
You can call in drunk, but don't let that be the reason you're calling it.
Right.
Or be hella drunk.
Or be hella drunk.
Hella drunk.
And talented.
Hella. Stupid.
You say that?
This is dedicated to you, Moscow. You're like my B. Arthur. No.
At least try to smile. Come on, try to smile.
Wasn't she the whore among them all?
Yeah,
she was. Blanche?
Moscow puts out.
Was it Blanche? Blanche Dubois.
Blanche Dubois.
I'm worried that Moscow has jumped the shark.
A little over it, yeah, I got to tell you.
You're over your producer role or the bitching that you're getting?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Great. Oh, dear. See what you've done, listeners?
Don't blame the listeners. It's you've lost the fire.
Consider this. I'm super introspective, and I'm going to get all meta on you right now, bro.
See, we're just proving to you it's our show, not yours, Justin.
Hey, a song.
Hey, well, I heard you like content, bro, so I put content in your content.
Listen, I encourage listeners who think that this was a segment born of a bunch of other listeners, and it really wasn't. I also encourage Moscow to go back and read the thread. It's in the Sunday session part of the forum that says, how's about to end the fucking Sunday session? And you'll find not only a bunch of support for getting rid of Drunk of the Week, but a bunch of support of what a wonderful job Moscow has done as a producer in there, despite whatever shitty emails he may have got.
And despite the look on his face.
Who wrote that?
A lot of people
because
wrote
a ton
it.
of that stuff is behind the scenes. I mean, they can make him a punching bag on the show or whatnot, but
That's my job.
Right.
Obviously.
That was my biggest offense about it. I was like, hey, I can tell JP's a lazy douchebag, but he's my JP, not yours.
And Moscow's F&G, right? He's the fucking new guy.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking. So that's how people warm up on this program, and you got to deal with it.
Yeah.
Or you block them from social media like I did to Steve. Suck a dick, bro.
All right. Well, I think that's all we have for feedback today. What a great feedback session.
What a great
I think we did
session.
great. I think that's a round of applause.
Compelling.
Hey.
Yeah.
Call your therapist. Tell him you don't need him this week.
I don't, right?
By the way, did you read that piece of feedback where they were shitting on you for the shotgun sound effect?
I just read that.
Oh, you did? I didn't hear
maybe
that
it was
part.
the end of it.
Maybe.
Click, click.
Oh, that's a good question. Did people ever used to shit on you back when you
Yes.
did sound effects?
Yes.
Here it is. It's at the end of the one I just read about the making a new segment. I skipped it because it was more shit for Moscow too, JP. So thanks for.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the death of the soundboard. It was horrendous from the very beginning. Slap Scott for me. He doesn't mean that personally.
No.
I wouldn't mind if I never heard the shotgun sound effect either. You're better than that. At least you should be. What? The shotgun sound effect?
I always liked that.
It's
I did
perfect.
too. I've always hated the fucking
see
shotgun
how
sound.
I don't even have
What's
it on
that
my
clicking
thing.
noise?
I've thought several times during tonight's
Fuck
show.
Oh, that we should play it, right?
There should have been a shotgun sound effect.
See, the shotgun sound effect is perfect.
We used to have
Moscow, you're wrong about that one.
Now we're going to get into the finer points.
The finer point is I'm right and you're wrong, Moscow.
No, Moscow, there's a good example. There used to be one called Beer Information, right? We
That
tried
was
that for
bad.
a while,
Right.
and it...
That was not a good one.
That's when we were first getting into
I thought it was kind of funny, but yeah.
It faded into obscurity.
And here's what happened. I was encouraged by the same couple of people who sent feedback. They're like, oh, yeah, that one's funny. That's fun. So Push even produced the sound effect. And then, so I thought, great, I should use this. Every time it was like it was terrible. Yeah, it was screeching halt to
Right.
the show.
Like Brindleson or
It
somebody
happens.
like that would be in the middle of dropping some great knowledge, and then
And it goes,
Everyone always uses the Howard Stern show as like the comparison to why you should play sound effects. That's
any
just what it did.
radio show on the planet.
There are
That's-
tons.
Well, for my example, everyone uses the Howard Stern show as an example to the thing, right? And even Howard, multiple times throughout the 25 years he's been on, he tells Fred to shut the fuck up. He
Right.
tells him to stop because it's irritating.
Fred's a genius,
Yes.
but you're right. There's
So
there's
it happens. You need to have an interplay, but it's fine.
It is fine.
Now what?
I think we're done.
Yay! It's real sweaty in here, dude. I'm really sweaty.
No, you're
It
sweaty.
is late.
Can I take my shirt off?
Yo.
Did you guys turn off the AC down there? Somebody did. Probably for that stupid
Did we talk
baby.
about dildos yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Let's see. Dildos
And
are
remember butt plugs?
covered. Beersmith
Okay.
is covered. Everybody's covered.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks to all of our
remember- yeah, that butt
sponsors.
Yeah.
Where can we find a list of beers for the what's going to be on tap for NHC BNA8?
Why don't you tell me?
Go to Facebook. PhillyTapHunter.com.
There you go.
And then I'm sure you can search for BNA8 or something.
Or just go to our Facebook page, and it's right there. Go to the Brewing Network, Philly.eventbrite.com, and buy tickets to BNA8.
We still have a Twitter game to do.
Also. And what was our Twitter game today?
Twitter game was, what do you not like about craft beer? What do you dislike? What gets your hackles up?
I can't
what sticks
afford
in your
it.
craw?
I can't afford as much as I want.
That wins. You win. You get a fucking T-shirt that's 2 sizes too small.
So you only got like 2 responses or 200?
I got a bunch.
Okay.
I kind of figured.
Some funny, some are very legitimate.
You did narrow them down, as usual, I hope.
I did.
Thank
I
you.
did, but it's
Okay.
very hard. I think I have like 6.
Read the
Okay.
good ones, belittle the bad ones.
Give us
Thank you for the advice.
Give us the 6.
I will tell you how to fill a cavity later. Mrs. Panther Hollow says,
I'll be better at it.
She hates the need to use every food ingredient to make it different.
Okay.
I agree with that one. Effing Beer says, like Drunk of the Week, too many boring or terrible ones before you find something worth talking about. Golden Pint says, the correlative increase in hop puns. Optimus Maximus! Shit.
Yeah, those suck.
Those are the best ones?
I'm stalled out. He stalled me out.
Not bad.
Yeah,
Doc,
so
not
tell us how
bad.
you're going to fill a cavity there.
You might be better at it.
It's like the non sequitur from hell. The fuck does that mean? Chris Coleman writes, his least favorite thing is the hype driving the sheeple to line up for hours.
Okay.
Which, whatever.
This one's too serious.
It is too serious. Jeannie McGuire says it's not easy to find craft beer in small towns. She doesn't like that. I kind of like it.
I like that one, too.
Jim DeVos says people who hate on light American lager, it's not supposed to have a lot of flavor.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, I think it's because a lot of craft beer goes, fizzy yellow beer. Well, yeah, that's the point.
However,
if you make an IPA and go, it's too bitter, that's the style. You don't like IPAs then.
But that's what he doesn't like about craft beer drinkers, not what he doesn't like about craft beer.
I think I'm assuming maybe he meant craft beer marketing. But that's just me because that's what I want it to be. Monster Mash writes, the pubs with 2/3 of the boards dedicated to IPAs. Try drinking something else, assholes.
I know that's your vote.
No, not at all, actually.
That's my vote.
Scott Shake wrote, not enough zany mascots.
Quack, 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 quack.
And that's it. Although they're pretty good. Some of them. Not all of them. Some of them.
Oh my God, stop. You're not even talking.
Sounds like a mixtape
I have to go to the bathroom
fucking middle school.
very badly. Can we just stop this nonsense?
I don't have a preference on these ones. JP, you pick. Who's the winner of the Twitter game?
Can I pick?
Doc, go ahead and pick.
I hate them all.
Then JP, you pick who you like.
I like the IPA board.
I'm going Jeannie McGuire. It's not easy to find them in small towns.
Right.
That was Moscow's pick because Moscow needs some lifting up.
That's true.
Everybody hug Moscow on his way out of the room.
No, please
If we had
what if the hug includes a reach around?
Well, now I'm listening.
Bevo,
But are you smiling
give
yet?
him. See, what if the hug includes boobs on your back?
Thanks.
Not even a smile from boobs on the back.
He smiled.
Well, all right.
All
I'll
right.
make him smile later.
We are off next week and the week after because we're going to the National Homebrewers Conference, but you'll still find content coming to the BrewingNetwork.com, also in the form of live stuff over on justin.tv/Brewing Network. I do have to find out about the internet connection, which I will have JP notify you via Facebook and TwitTwat. Yeah. So we're not entirely gone from your lives, which I know you find extremely important, especially after tonight's show.
Especially after tonight's show.
I encourage you all to evaluate your friendships and get rid of people. That's my close. That's my sign off.
Your main point.
Purge your friend bin.
Yeah, stop pretending that everybody's your best friend. All right, Jip, are you ready to get us out of here? Let's go.
That's what they say, new best friend.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. Check out the fast deteriorating mind of an idiot. Follow Major Jip on Twitter. Scott is there as well. If he's not counting all of his money, follow him at Moscow Paints. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. If you're going to NHC, be sure to pick up your BNA8 ticket. Go to brewingnetworkphilly.eventbrite.com. Production director on the session is Push Eject. Tonight's show has been produced by the skillful Scott Moskowitz. If you've heard anything of value, it didn't come from JP. Your call screener and Candy Crush devotee has been Bevo. And your host, as always, is Justin Crossley. Be sure to find the Brew Network on Facebook and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. JP's an asshole. Justin's a nice guy and when